Yuki works with steady hands.
2D Nyan?
Yuki works with steady hands. Soldering lines just as planned, circuits bright with gentle glow.
This is loud.
Shaping light in evening's flow. Late at night, her focus stays. Careful touch in careful ways.
Aww.
Crafting wonders wire by wire, turning sparks to something higher.
I think my focus is barely beginning. I'm gonna be honest. Hi, Nooch. How's the Nooch? Welcome, welcome. Hi. This is me waving. I currently only have one camera, so that one's gonna be looking at the board and things, so this one gets a break from my face. Haha. Thank you for the pet, Stu. And welcome, Stu. Thank you very much for the hydration. And now I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna posture check as well. Oh god, that was weird. Thank you, Exia, for the pets, and thank you, Stu, for the pets. And hydration, invisible hydration. Isn't it crazy how the patting animation works better with the 2D model than it does with the 3D one, even though the hand is 3D? And the 2D thing was an afterthought.
Perhaps.
Welcome. Moo to you too. Hi. Thank you for the posture check as well. Thank you, Stu. I have also saved the knees, don't worry. That sounds really interesting, Stu. I'm writing the VGA stuff now, and now just functions to manipulate. For now, just functions to manipulate the VGA. Set and write whole registers, set and write colors, whole palette, etc. Then I'll make more useful stuff, like actually drawing things, scrolling, whatever. You are gonna have a whole game made in like fucking no time. It's gonna be absolutely crazy. We're gonna be playing Flappy Stew next week in DOSBox. Welcome GD as well. Madam, do you have any idea what time it is?
Yellow wires.
It's fine.
Yielding light as she aspires, her hands stay soft and refined, years of skill and threads aligned. Yawning yet she works with grace. Yonder circuits fall in place, yielding sparks and midnight deep. Your headcraft will never sleep.
That's good. I like that one. What is that? Yolks, young yellow wires. Actually, there are a couple of yellow wires on this breadboard. They're gonna be replaced. Ha! Welcome Blau! Welcome Nuge! I know it is late, GD, to actually answer your question. Or it wasn't a question. Well, I guess it was a question, actually. Yes, I do have no idea how late it is. But, these boards arrived on Friday, and I've been having, like, not great sleep for a while, and I'm sick and tired of not doing anything, and I want to solder the boards, so god damn it, I'm gonna solder the boards even if it's 1:30 AM. Hi, welcome. Welcome Blau. Also, have a for the Blau. Hi Pretty Kitty, hi Nuge, welcome. Hi X, hi Pass. Thank you all for all those pets. X and Pass. Oh my goodness me. That's a lot of claps for one Nyan. Hi Cab, how's the cab? Where is your Nyan? It's already done. I'm slowly making my way through the chat. I made a huge enum with all the registers. It became a mood, don't worry, Cabbage. It's fine. It's any cute sound is fine. Gra enable set reset. I see. Which is the enable set reset register. Yeah. I guess. Nice. That's interesting. So you're gonna do like a switch case for every possible enum, and then you choose how to write to each one. Oh my god! That's a lot. Why? What'd I do? Hi, Forward. Oh my goodness, I've only just started. Hi, Mint. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Raiders. I'm sorry, I'm very, 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 very boring and 2D right now. Although at least the 3D pad still works. Welcome, welcome! I would be waving right now, but I can't wave. The reason I'm 2D and thoroughly inanimated at the moment is because my webcam is going to be looking at a real-life thing on my desk, so it can't be tracking my face. But welcome in, welcome in. I'm sorry, I'm just catching up right now with the intro. Welcome in, Doohoo, from before the raid. Welcome in, Mint. Welcome in, Dinka Kudin. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? Was today your
Jeez.
Yuki yellow yarn, yonder yawns, yearning chan.
Oh my goodness.
Yawning yarn, yet yielding yips.
Yep.
Yuletide yonder youthful quips. Yesternight's yearning, Yuletide yawn. Yuki's yonder youthfully drawn.
Oh my goodness.
Yummy yums, yellow beard, yum the Yuletide, Yuki's one.
Wow, Roboyuk actually managed most of that. Hi, hi. Hi, Woody Star as well. Welcome, welcome. Hi, what's up? Why are you throwing cheese on my face? Anyway, hi. Welcome. I've almost got up the chat, I swear, I swear. Mint, I hope you're streaming well. Was this the, I'm pretty sure right as I was starting streaming... Cheese flew at my face. But also, I'm pretty sure...
Lactose-filled dairy product.
This is your debut of, a new model, right? I haven't seen it, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to have a look. A chibi model? I think I saw you tweet. I have yet to see it though. I'll have to check the VOD. Sometimes you rest better when you've accomplished something. Maybe, Brown, maybe I'll manage that. Hi, also I'm talking really quietly because the time. Look at that time over there. It's 1:30 AM. Look. Allow me to just vanish. Hi. I can show you what I'm doing later if you want. Sure, Stu, I'd like to have a look later. Oh my god, I've almost got up. Almost. They left me hanging on the raid message. Pat. Did a chibi. Oh, Mint! If you have like a link, like a screenshot of it or something, well, do you have one? If you do, I'll let you like post a link or something. I can have a look. Another late stream? Kind of a late stream right now. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Hi, I normally have a 3D model. I'm normally more animated than this. A clip? That would work. Okay, hold on, let me do a thing. You should be able to post a link now. Whether that's actually true or not, we'll find out in like 5 seconds. That's how long I'm expecting you to post it in. It's fine if you don't. I'm just being silly. Oh my god, you did. Nice! Thank you. Mint being weird again. Again. Hi, yes, sorry, we'll be going over to the live view in once. Actually, screw it, we're gonna go over to the live view now. Hold on. Taking a follow track. Oh, it's a VR stream? A VR chat stream, possibly? Nice, I hope you went well, I hope you had fun. Man, I've got to get myself back in VR chat some more. I used to do this, occasionally I used to do VR chat streams. Sweating, that's VR chat. Pat. Imagine an invisible hand is patting you right now. Oh, Vinyan, really? Wait, Vinyan has like... Oh, that's right! That's right, Suvi did an announcement thing, didn't she, recently, about, like, the, by recently, I mean, like, a few months ago now, probably. Thank you for the pants, Shy. Welcome in, Shy. About the, yeah, the full body tracking in Vinyan. 5 trackers and everything. Okay, hold on, let me have a look at this clip. Hold on, let me do a thing. I'm pressing a button now, boop! This is gonna be a very awkward view, I'm sorry. I didn't have this super prepared to show a clip, but I'm looking at it now anyway. Prepare for maximum embarrassment, Mint. I'm sorry Dengakurin's doing this to you, but alright. Everyone silence. Let's all make Mint cringe. I'm sorry, Mint.
You can touch all your hair.
I can touch all my body. Yeah.
That model is fucking adorable. What the hell?
Oh my god.
Oh, you can touch the tail! Oh my god. That tail is adorable. Was that one also one that was modeled by yourself? Mint is actually a crazily skilled 3D modeler who makes some very, very nice 3D models. I don't know if this one was made by her, but yeah. Why is this music getting so loud? Can it Quaden please shush? A Bleps model? I do not know Blep. I might have to check them out as well. Do they stream? She used one of her free models as a base. Ah, okay. Interesting. Why is my thingy got an empty space for the logo? What's you, Audio Jungle? What? I didn't get it. It's so cute. It's a base by Plep and it was customized by Woolly Star. She gifted it to me. I see. Hey, by the way, I can actually wave properly now. Hi, I can poke you as well. Poke. These gloves are too big for me, and the fingertips are like. But they're the only ones they had in stock. Ouch.
Jeez.
How dare you? Yeah, so this is actually a circuit board that I had, that I designed, and I had made, by a company called GLCP2B, hashtag not sponsored, anyway, and also somehow because this is a much smaller board than the previous ones, it cost, like, less than £5 or $6 something, which is kind of crazy. And, like, there's a little long uke on it. Look at her. Pat, it's for long, it's for good luck. And I have an extra job. I do. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Welcome in Figueira as well. Hi. Anyway. Congrats on the debut. I hope it went well. I'll have to maybe check out Venion's 3D tracking sometime. I remember a while ago trying out a program called, I've completely forgotten the name of it. Was it just called Tracking World or something? It was some very simple, like, the name literally describes what it is kind of name. It was a little bit, scuffed. Though. But yeah, hi. So I'm also trying to... What kind of potentially explosive apparatus are you working on? It's not potentially explosive. Although I would expect people in an airport to think that it is if they see this. Which is the prototype circuit that is basically all of this crap is built into this board now. So, or it will be eventually, once I solder all this stuff on. Basically, I've got to take off, sorry, all of the stuff on this board and solder it to here. And there are a few more things go on here as well. And then in the end, this board will sit on top of the Arduino here. This is an Arduino Mega. And if I put this on and I line it up, which way around is it? This way? Boop! These pins here, this row of pins going along there, and this one going along up there, line up with this and this. And this will be much easier to see once I actually solder pins to here. But I think pins might be one of the last things I end up soldering onto this. I want to solder all these smaller inside components first, and then I'll just sort of work my way out. Otherwise, I'll have like big things at the edges, which is like annoying to try and get my hands past to solder the inward things. So there's this little hole here that will let you see through it to see these two LEDs on the board here. Let me just plug in this Arduino. I think you might be able to see something like Oh no, you don't, because they're transmitting LEDs. Never mind. Well, you see how there's a yellow thing there? That's an LED. And these two things down here are also LEDs. Wait, are they glowing slightly? They shouldn't be. Anyway. Hi Al! Hi Christopher! Welcome, welcome! Is it, dare I say, certainly explosive? No, it's not. Anyway, the hole lets you see them through it. Like that. These LEDs light up when something transmits and receives on USB. When it sends and receives data. And yes, so basically, this board has a little thingy there that will have some like screw terminals where you can connect wires that give it 5 volts, and then it passes the 5 volts.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe it either. Basically, the thick trace that's working its way across the board here is the plus 5 volts. So you can sort of look at that and see where it goes. It goes to one of these pins down here. That is the 5 volt pin on the Arduino. So it powers the Arduino. Thank you for the way. But if you made long nuke eyes light up, it'd probably be a little bit spooky. I'd also need like LEDs there somehow, so it might look a bit weird. I'd have to get the wires, like the traces in there somehow. They can be very thin though, I guess. Thank you for the pats, Willy. So the 5 volts is going to go to an LED here. This LED should light up. I think that might be the first thing I'll try as a super quick sanity check to make sure that stuff works. All I need to solder to see if that LED lights up, to say that there's power, is I'll need to solder here the power connector, of course. I'll need to solder the LED, of course. And I need to just solder this resistor here. And that's it. So the power comes in from 5 volts, goes through the LED, goes through the resistor, and then the other side of the resistor goes through to the back of the board. And this side is all ground. And just a few things that couldn't fit on the other side there. Reverse mount LEDs could let you light up the eyes. Would they shine through though? I guess you could put like a reflective thing behind it, huh? Is Long Nuke grounded? She's not. She's her own thing. Completely separated. She's not a functional Long Nuke. Wait, that sounds incredibly mean. She's just for decoration. Anyway, I have my meter here, multimeter. Here you go. Here's a multimeter for scale. It's not a big board. That's why it costs like less than $5 or around $5. OOP? What is OOP? Yeah, normally I would use the continuity mode of this meter to see if there are things connected, but oops, but that makes a beep. And people are trying to sleep, and that rhymes somehow. So I'll just use this resistance measuring mode. However, I now realize this is like way too big to fit in view. But when I touch them, we see the resistance of 0 ohms. But yeah, you need to make those. You can either make holes for the eyes, or you can remove the solder mask and copper from the area. FL4 is translucent so that LED can shine through. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you can actually get surface mount LEDs that like shine backwards towards the board? I had no idea. That's really cool. I swear I saw a doohoo. Was there a doohoo? Yeah, there was a doohoo. I love all the hair accessories. Oh, yes. On Mint? Yeah. So we do a bunch of cool tricks for artboards. Man, that's so cool. Thank you for letting me know about this. I feel I have some forbidden knowledge now. Okay, so I think what I know I said I'd avoid soldering the big things first, but I might just solder this, the power connector. And the LED and the resistor. first, just so we can see an LED. Come on, because then, you know, I see shiny, colorful thing, I get happy. So let's try it. Okay, I need the power connectors, which are currently in a box. I should probably have got this prepared earlier. Behold, a big bag of stuff that you can't see at all because it's far too big. Let me get out all the stuff I'll need actually. Okay, we will need the MIDI sockets. I think they're in there. I'm gonna be honest, I can't really see shit, so let's open it up. Wow! Hi, AdPix! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, here they are. Here they are. Oh my goodness, you really can't see shit. Oh, sorry about this. There we are. Behold, it's a MIDI socket. Ta-da! It's got the pins down there. You know what? I'm actually gonna see if these pins even fit in the holes first, because obviously well, maybe it's not obvious, but I had to create this component like this, the layout, the footprint for this, so we'll see if it actually fits. I haven't tried this yet, so if it doesn't... Oh my god, look at it like a glove! Ah. Now that is satisfying. Oh yes, it wasn't even a struggle, just went straight. Okay, nice, nice. I'm really happy about that. This was one of the components that I had to make the footprint for, so if this works, then it's likely that everything else should fit. I'm not going to solve that one now, that's the bulkiest thing on the board. But I'll put that to one side for now. Right? Hi FTH. LED eyes would give a new meaning to UXC flashy lights. I guess so. What else do we need? That's in this bag. Oh my god, there's gonna be such a mess of bags on my desk, I've just realized. Let's see, is there anything else in this bag? Yes. We have the opto isolators. Ta-da! Behold, it's a thing you can't see because these bags are incredibly difficult to see through for cameras apparently. Ta-da! We have some opto isolators. It's like a tube of Smarties, or whatever the equivalent is in America, I don't know. Smarties or something else in America. Aren't Smarties like M&Ms in America or something? Ouch. Anyway, it will look like that component that you can barely see because, well, there are wires all over the goddamn board. The square component down there. This is the component that electrically isolates or electrically couples, depending on whether you're a glass half full or glass half empty person, or the other way around. I've made that joke so many times, and I don't think I've ever said it correctly. Anyway, it separates the MIDI input signal from the rest of your circuit, so that if anything goes wrong in the rest of your circuit, it's not going to damage the MIDI device that is sending the data to it. And also, you're not going to have any like ground loops or interference issues. That's just part of the MIDI spec if you want to make a MIDI compliant thing, so I do, and so I'm using one. And that's going to sit right there. This component here, the model number here, 6N138, that is the opto isolator. And if you look online, you'll see people saying that this is too slow to use for MIDI. But you can do one weird trick. Oh wait, no, hang on. The 6N138 is not the one that's too slow, is it? That was something else. No, never mind. 6N138 is not the one that people say is too slow. Never mind. Never mind, that was something else. I just realized. I thought it was, and then I went searching online and I realized that no, this is actually what people say you should use. How's the sync, by the way? How's the sync between the video and the audio? How's the delay? How about Fruit Loops? Fruit Loops? Wait, what did I say? I don't even remember. What else is in this bag? Just a load of resistors, I think. Yeah, it's all resistors. Sink is good. Oh no, Long you could get out of this sink. Alright, that's everything from that bag. And, oh wait, actually there's one more bag I need to get. This one has the screw terminal thingies where the wires connect. For there. One sec, I have to dive into this box again. I think I've got the right one. No, I've got the wrong one. Clean. Oh. The reason why this is so hard for me to find, by the way, is because I have all of the MIDI LED displays lying on top of everything in this box, and the bags that I need are underneath them, and I'm having to try to not damage the LED displays while I rummage around for the components. I may not have thought that through too much. Right, what else do we have here? We have a few spare red LEDs, if anybody would like some. We have the drivers. Green LEDs. Ah, here we are. Ta-da! Little screw terminals. These might be the big ones, actually. Well, they might not be. No, I think those are the right ones. Okay, good. Let's open this up. Oh my goodness, Centrelex! Hi! Welcome, welcome! Would you like a screw terminal thingy? Complete with very floppy fingered gloves. Hi! I can wave! I can like slightly wave. Hi. I can like do a finger wave. I actually can barely even do a finger wave. Welcome! How are you doing? Welcome in Finn, welcome Centrelex, welcome Irad Dev. Hi, how was Strim? Wait, did I not even shout out Mint? Oh my god, I'm such a terrible person. Oh my god. I had a raid earlier and I just realized I never even shouted her out. Oh my god, I got so sidetracked asking things. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna shout out Mint and I'm gonna shout out Centrelex. I'm so sorry. I can't like hold up the oh my god, it's not a command. Help! I'm so flustered right now. I can't I can't like hold up the sign though. I would normally hold up a sign, but I'm 2D right now. Wait, it was your birthday as well? Oh my god, Mint, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad now. Oh no. Mint, happy birthday if you're still here, I'm sorry. Ah. Okay. Before I lose you as well, Seto. How was your stream? Welcome in, welcome in. There we are. At least I did chat about Mint. Slight input rework. Vertical slice preparation. Wait, vertical slice preparation? What is that? 720? Wait, you've nearly done 1,000 streams working on this game? That That is amazing. Could you use the leap motion to overlay stuff on the hand camera? I think you're giving the leap motion way too much credit for accuracy here. With VR, yes. You can do that kind of augmented reality stuff. I don't think a leap motion is up to the job, or at least the software that uses the leap motion is not up to the job. This might just be a software problem. I mean, the leap motion tracking is just software anyway. Anyway, hello, welcome everybody. I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a strange cat. Right now I have hands, and I have this piece of dust which got on my glove when I was digging around inside the box. Let me remove it. Hi, Code Void. Welcome. You're prepping for a very early... I normally am 3D, by the way. It's just that this camera is normally looks at me for tracking, and right now it's looking at this, and I only have one camera, so... I needed to refactor your input system to get it ready. What is vertical slice? I don't understand what vertical slice is. Dust? Hell yeah, this is me trying to do the thumbs up that triggers my eye sparkles normally. This here is the circuit board, my most recent circuit board that I've had made. I mean, I designed it all and then sent it off for fabrication. This one has no components on it. It's all through-hole components. There's no surface mount stuff. There's the backside. It's just these two layers. Possibly the simplest board I've ever... no, not quite the simplest board I've ever made. Certainly the simplest I've made on stream. There's a little long uke on there for good luck. Always gotta have a long uke on your board for good luck. It's like praying to the gods by sprinkling capacitors on, but instead you're sprinkling long ukes on. Hold on. A demo of sorts. From that I understood it's an example of the bare minimum of a product. Interesting, okay. But I've been wrong before. So like horizontal slices are like features that get added? And vertical slices are... No, wait. Horizontal is like a timeline then, right? And then vertical is like... different layers being added? And you take a snapshot before it's reached a high height or something? So it's like... vertical slice is when you're chopping an onion. Thank you, Zeto. I was just about to solder on the 3 components as a super tiny sanity check. I was going to solder one here. This is the connection for 5 volts to be screwed in. I guess I should make sure that fits. It does. Nice. And then I was gonna put an LED there, and a resistor there. And then if I connect power here, this LED should light up very dimly. I sort of chose the resistor based on a bit of trial and error to see how bright a particular LED that I have is. I have a ridiculously efficient green LED, as in like it's super ridiculously bright, so, and I don't need it super bright, so that's why I've got a really high resistance there. I mean, high considering it's being powered with only 5 volts. Frog, hi! Welcome! I didn't realize that was you who said about chopping an onion. Sorry, you can see all the layers. Right, okay, so the onion is like oriented in this way, with the layers going this way, and you take a chop out of it, so you can see... Okay. How's the frog doing as well? Anyway, Seto, I hope you're streaming well. Thank you very much, I do appreciate the raid. Horizontal slices are for trifles. Oh, I could go for a trifle right now. I think it's like a minimal demo, like maybe you build one level of a game with a minimal implementation of all the features. Right, I see. Gotta say hey to the Yukon I can? Thank you. Yeah, right now my sleep schedule's messed up enough that I can, you can do that. You can catch each other. Trifle? Trifle is like a pudding, or I guess you'd say dessert. It's kind of funny because we use the word pudding over here to just mean a dessert of any kind, informally. But it's a specific one. Typically there's like a sponge kind of base, and then you can have like some I guess like a fruity jam in there as well, and then there's like some custard on top, and you can get like quite fancy with multiple layers. Like often there's like some cream on the top and stuff. Yeah, very delicious. I do approve. My grandmother used to make some amazing trifles. Welcome in, Callum. Okay, me, your sleep cycle. Oh, rip your sleep cycle. I enjoyed like a week or two. Actually, I think it was a good 2 weeks of it being good, which is the most I've had in a long time, and it was amazing being able to have energy during the day. But I knew it wouldn't last forever, so whatever. Actually, I just realized what a bad idea it would be to do that first, because this is quite tall. What I should do is all the lowest, whatever the word is, the lowest, I can't think of the word, physically shortest items first, so that when I turn it upside down, you know, the components rest against the desk. Greebles? You might be game to try one. The word you're looking for is greebles. What? It was not the word? Okay. Profile! Low profile, that's what I meant. Low profile ones. So actually I should probably do the resistors first, because they are the smallest. Actually, the micro switch might be even smaller. Yeah, let's do the micro switch. Let's see. Micro switch. Micro switch. I think this is the micro switch. Nope, that is not micro. Wait, it's a switch. It's in my switch drawer, but these are like little slide switches. This looks more like it. Ta-da! Bunch of little clicky switches. It's a good word though. It is a good word. What does it mean? Is it actually an existing word? Or is it brand new now? Is this a Colon exclusive? A debut, you could say. A drawer full of switches? I do. Hold on, let me get it out. This might be easier said than done. There's a bunch of different switches. There's a couple of layers in there. I'll actually be using some of those bigger push switches on the wooden board that has the displays on it eventually. Most of those are like, I've been in there for a long time. Actually, to be honest, they haven't been in there for a long time, but they've moved from previous storage to previous storage a few times. And now they're finally getting some use. These ones I actually bought to replace the clicky touchpad switch in my Vive controllers. Picturing your room looking like a lived-in Radio Shack. There is certainly an area of my room that has a big, like, stack of those drawers, but, well, it's not that big, to be honest. Anyway, the repair on the Vive controller was successful, but at the cost of breaking the ribbon controller for one of the controllers, which stopped the vibration from working. This might be difficult to pick. Oh, no, wait, this is fitting as well. Oh my god, okay, this is one that I was scared of when I was. Oh, you couldn't see. Shit, then, sorry, I was off screen. The switch fits. Oh, that's satisfying. There it is. This is another one. This is the second component that I had to design the footprint for. And this one also uses oval holes in it. Hold on. I can't get it out. There it is. They're like oval. So I'm very glad that works. Time to rest? For me, good luck, have fun. Thank you for stopping by. Have a nice rest. And yeah, it seems to fit. Nice. This looks... Ah, thank you for the follow, the real Lennon. Welcome, welcome. Is this me or is this picture darker than it was at the start? Hold on, let me just crank up my lights a bit. Is that better? That feels better. I could also bump the gamma up, I guess, on the camera. I think this is actually higher profile, like coming out further from the board than the resistors will be. So let's do the resistors first. Let's do the resistors first. To not be wasteful, I think what I might do is simply take off the resistors that are currently here on this. By the way, this mess of a breadboard, all of this crap is what this board replaces. And also adds a couple more things like a second MIDI port, power LED, and some stuff. Nymph! Hi! Welcome, welcome! How are you doing? Welcome. How's the Nymph? Thank you very much for the flipping 7-month sub. Hi. Hope the Nymph is doing well. But other thing I might do is just take the components off this board. That way at the end I'll have like a clean board with nothing on it as well, so that'd be nice, so I won't have to clean this up. Effectively cleaning this up at the same time. Oh hi Al, watching YouTube on my work laptop uses 80% CPU! The Uke audio stutters when I scroll on any window, oh my goodness me. Thank you for the pads in. Hi Enlin, welcome, welcome. Look, Mlemlin, it's the board. We've got a long nuke. This is gonna replace this clusterfuck. So the clusterfuck will be replaced with a non-clusterfuck. I don't know. I was trying to think of a joke for like cluster grenade something, but a single grenade is just a grenade. Anyway. Wait, hang on. YouTube has H.265 now? Wait, I thought it was just AV1 or something. They're trying to push their own thing. Oh, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. Right. Oh, damn. Even if you like change my resolution to like 480, I don't think there's gonna be anything super important that you need to see at 1080. It doesn't have a GPU. Okay, definitely 480 should help then. 1080, 60 is thoroughly unnecessary. Well, to be frank, 60 FPS is thoroughly unnecessary. I should not be streaming at 60 FPS, should I? Oh, now I feel bad. I should have just streamed at 30. Literally the only difference would be the smoothness of the snow in the background and the smoothness of the transitions between the scenes like this. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. I've seen Twitch offer to some streamers the option to choose 720p 60 or 720p 30, like individually. Also hi Al, I can wave. Also hi Enlin. Also hi Nymph. Also hi everyone. Hi, what's up? Welcome, what's up? This is a thumbs up, it doesn't really fit. Oh my god, it's a 480? Oh no. Okay. That just means you'll have to not scroll at all while watching. Mwahahaha. This is my... Wait, this... How do I do like an evil face? This is like eyebrows. Wait, this just looks like I'm making a heart. Okay, never mind, I'm just making a heart. Hearts. Alright, resistors. I can't put this off any longer. Let's get the 10k resistor. And I still cannot read resistor color codes despite designing a circuit board. So I'm going to use my multimeter and measure which one on this board. Wait, I know which one it is. Oh no, I don't, because I don't have this part here with the LED and the resistor is actually new. This is not even on the circuit board. So I will get a new 10k resistor out for this. Here's my drawer of resistors. Look at all those legs. Hi X, you give fingers? No, no mlam. You just checked in at... Oh, you just checked, you're at 360. Oh my god, no. Okay, well that is 30 FPS at that point, so I don't feel bad. I still feel sorry though. We don't want 20k. We want 10k. There are some 10ks. Okay. Uke resistors are big rainbow. It's easy. Yeah, I just gotta stop being lazy. But frankly, it is actually quite difficult to read the colors on these resistors that have a blue body. They all look very dark. Basically everything looks sort of black, red or brown. I understand that all the colors on here are black, red or brown, but that's how they look on every resistor. Look at this. You try reading that. Ah! Anyway. Tan resistors forever? Yeah. I don't have any of those. These thin metal film ones often tend to be blue for some reason. I don't know what it is about them, but they do. I'm snipping one off. And this is incredibly annoying to try and even pick up a resistor with these gloves on. I'll just sweep it off the desk and onto my hand. There we are. Perfect. Do you know how to read SMD resistors? Yes, I do. It's basically the same as the resistor color codes, but with numbers instead. Alright, let's see. What size is this? Lengthwise. Hold on, let me just have a look. If I want this to be neat, I would shove that over just a touch. That'll do. Ta-da! So what I should really do is probably put all of the resistors in and then we'll solder them all on the back side later. So there's a 10k. What else do we need? How many of those are there? We've got a 470 there, we've got 1k, we've got another 10k, another 10k, another 10k. Okay, we've got 3 more 10ks. I might as well just... See, I'm so tempted to just cut them off this. But what I should do is find the corresponding ones on here and use these. Remember to get the polarity right with this electrolytic resistors. I don't think I have any electrolytic capacitors. Well, no, I don't have anything polarized on here except for, like, you know. Well, basically, okay, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I don't have anything except for the opto-isolator, the transistors, the timer. Yeah. But all the capacitors are just ceramic or thin metal, what are they called? Multi-layer ceramic. I'm going to hydrate. I'm kind of... Oh no! I just caught my glove. Look. I just pulled a little bit out. That's the awful sharp thing around the caps on the bottles. That's what it does to my skin sometimes, except my skin doesn't come off like that. Sorry, I'm thirsty. I had a pizza earlier, so... Tantalum inductors. It sounds very tantalizing. I'm almost being able to pull this back through just by doing that. But I think that might damage me even more if I do that, so... Thin film transformers. What are all these cursed combinations of components you're making up? Hi Wax, I learned at Joe's A Bank clothing store how to deal with those glove pulls. Interesting. How do you deal with them? That's nearly done it. I mean, it's kind of hidden it among fluff, so I can barely see it now. Presented, but realizing the stream may be way outside my knowledge. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just gonna be soldering a bunch of things. People are making weird jokes right now, combining component names to make, like, techno babble jargon nonsense stuff that doesn't exist. Okay, so I need to find the other 10k ones, so I am gonna do some probing, but I cannot, there's no way I can get this thing to fit on the camera. This, so I'll just keep this bit in the camera while I probe. Take a needle and thread and poke the needle where the pull is. And pull the thread all the way through. Poke the needle where the pull is and pull the thread all the way through. The thread will grab the loop. Ah, interesting. Interesting. That took me a while to understand. It took also reading Nymph's message to get it as well. Interesting. I'm afraid I don't have a needle or a thread handy right now. Okay, so where's the other 10k? Where's the other 10k? Screw it. I'm just gonna measure blindly and see what we get. This one is 220. Oh, you can't even see what I'm probing. Hold on. Yep. Dang, it can't stop closing the vents on the registers? What? Vents on the registers? What? This one is 10k! Wait, for a second it showed 10k. There it is, 10k! 9.98. Alright, let's abuse this probe to unplug this. Nearly. Out you come. There you go. We got a 10k. I should really get some pliers right now because... Yeah, one sec, this is ridiculous. Let me grab some pliers. Yoink! That was easier. Cats like to walk on the baseboard heaters and knock the vents closed, turning off the heat. Oh! Thank you for the info though, Wax. You're absolutely welcome to stay. This one is 220. This one is difficult to probe. 220 as well. We've got a few more over here. We've got one down here, which is not even in view on the camera. There it is. Boop, boop. That's a 10k. Hi, Hiccup. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Hiccup. You're welcome here. Why am I trying so hard to unplug this without accidentally unplugging other things? Like who cares at this point? The breadboard has done its job. I don't need it anymore. I mean, I want the breadboard for future projects, but I don't need this configuration of components. Thank you for the hydration. I will hydrate now. I get excited. So hang on a second. Let me read your message after I've hydrated. One second, otherwise I'm gonna put off the hydration. The Arduino keyword got in. Here's the Arduino in question that I'm using. It's an Arduino Mega. And this is a shield I made for it. This strip of holes along here lines up with this strip. And you've got that strip along there that will line up with this strip. But I'm going to solder the pins on last because they're kind of big. But eventually it should just sort of like plug in on the top like this. There's a hole cut out there so you can see the USB transmit and receive LEDs, which are there. And this reset button gets covered up, so I've got a space to solder my own reset button on there, which goes down to the reset pin on there. This is the first ever time I've tried to make an Arduino shield, so we'll see if it works, but I've actually devised Arduino circuitry and coding questions for a robotics competition. Oh, that's cool! I really only have a knowledge of the basics. Oh man. Oh fuck, no! I can't believe I didn't see that. Okay, I'll go through it again. I'll go through it again when they get back, if they're still here. I have an almost 10-year-old Mega. I'm pretty sure this one is over 10 years old. Look at this. Look at the crust on the edge of this board. Look at that. There's some crust. It's not. It's leftover. It's like left behind residue from sticky tape that I used one time to cheaply hold this in place. Yeah, this is an older version because the new ones have extra pins down the side here and at the top here. This is like, it doesn't say revision 3 or anything, it's just, but it's still 2560. Earlier ones were 1280. I'm back. I'm not sure what is meant by an Arduino shield. Ah, it's just a circuit board that physically sits on top of an Arduino. Like, I think for the Raspberry Pis they call them hats. It's just a board that just, it's gonna have like, there are holes here, and there will be pins sticking out the bottom of this board, and it'll just like, all the pins will line up with the sockets, and then bam, you got a board on the top which adds extra functionality. In this case, this shield adds like a MIDI input port, and also MIDI through, so whatever goes in also comes out, but isolated. I mean the input's isolated. And then these sockets along the top here, or these holes along the top here, will have sockets for wires to plug into, like screw terminal thingies, like this. With the screws there. And that's for connecting to another project of mine. And a lot of this circuitry, at least this area of the circuitry, is for controlling an LED. This little circle there is where an LED will go. And this circuitry just basically extends the tiny pulses that come from the MIDI data to longer pulses that you can see on an LED. Because otherwise they're so short that it's almost like pulse width modulation dimming, like the LED just looks super dim. Yeah, so that's that. And I'm right now just gonna populate the board with these components. Trying to do it while wearing gloves, and it's kind of difficult. You don't need to wear gloves for doing electronic stuff. I'm just wearing them for for censoring the hands. Makes stuff take like 3 times as long as it should. Shield is an Arduino, hat is for a Pi, daughter board is the rest of the civilized world. That's what a daughter board is, okay. Alright, here's a 10K as well. Can you see this? You can see it. World's slowest building of a circuit board ever. There you go. I think I could have made this, the footprint for the resistors, just a little bit less long, a little bit shorter. Because it's like them to splay out a little bit. Splay my legs. Triple uke content? I wonder. we have motherboards, there should be daughter boards. Furry gloves? They're not meant to be furry. Seems like nitrile gloves would be easier. Actually, they kind of would be. I don't have any though. I'm just wearing them for, yeah, hand censorship. This is what was in stock. Is it a static thing? Nope, nope. It's just a VTuber thing. Wait, where's another 10k go? Down there. This is one of the resistors that is responsible for setting the duration of the pulse of this LED. They're also too long, look. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Let me straighten this out a bit. Hold on. It's easier to do off stream. The magic happens off stream and then all you ever see is the final result. I feel a bit bad for that. Anyway, there it is. These gloves are probably going to be shredded by the end of this video. Then I will have to have one of those. Petition to rename backplanes daddy boards? I'm weird about some things. Gloves being too long drive me batty. No. This is annoying as well. This is annoying. What I keep doing is I keep trying to pull up the excess here, so there's no floppy bits. But like after a few seconds, it just goes back down. I have a bunch of nitrile gloves for lapidary hobby. I don't know what that is. Did you design that shield yourself? I did! Here it is. Why is this song still in my playlist? I need to get rid of it. There's the back side, there's the front side, and here is a black screen. And here is the schematic. Kinda. Well, this is just the Arduino Mega, so ignore this part, I guess. All the rest of this. Thank you for the pad, Stu! And hydration. Yeah, that's basically it. Hi! Jeez! Stop! This right here is the power connector. And the LED in this. That's what I was wanting to solder on first, but I guess I'm not doing that anymore.
Shut up!
So I'm gonna do the small components first. Why so much cheese? Stop this! This is too much. Hey! Cheese? Don't show my backside. Oh no. Fine, I'll get a posture check, alright? Fine. Front side, back side, and blank side. And lapidary? I don't know, still don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Shaping and polishing gemstones. Wow. How do you shape them? How do you like carve them? Sounds difficult. Right, I'm looking for more 10k resistors. Let's get probing. We have another resistor here. This one's a bit weird. That's 1k. Got a huge one here. This one is why can I not probe that? Is it higher than 10k? I think it's higher than 10k. Why am I using such a high value resistor here? What the hell? What is this? That's 20k. I guess that's because it's for this green LED, which is a really bright LED. Wait, I'm using a 20k thingy for that LED? Maybe I should be using a 20k for this. Maybe I should be using like an even higher value resistor. Ah, it's not a big deal, is it? I can just desolder it and put on a higher value one if it's too bright, I guess. You know what? I'm just gonna put the LED on here right now and just like hold wires against this, not even solder them in. It's only like 3 components, so it'll probably work. Alright, let's put this LED on. It was the green one like this that I wanted to use, so let's use this one. If it's too bright, I will put a higher value resistor in. Okay, so the LED goes in like this. This is just simply an LED that should always be on as long as it has power. After making my MIDI display circuit boards, I realized it would be actually kind of nice to just have, like, as a sanity check, a power LED somewhere on the board. Just, you know, just to make sure stuff is kind of... Like, if you're wondering why something's not working, you can easily see whether there's power getting to it or not. Anyway, there we are. I'll probably offset the LED off the board a little bit eventually. Let's just hold some wires against there. We'll use the Arduino as a 5-volt power supply. Wherever that is, here it is. Sorry. World's most overkill power supply for 5 volts. Actually, there's probably way more overkill power supplies for 5 volts. And let's grab a couple of jumper wires, like these, and hold them up to the circuit and try not to short them, otherwise that's probably gonna kill all of my USB devices on my computer. Not like actually destroy them, but just make them stop working for a moment because of the short circuit protection in the computer's power supply or motherboard. Which will be very annoying and I'll probably need to reboot. Anyway, right, so blue is ground right now. So let's see what happens. If you put the 20k in a row, sorry, you don't have to desolder it if it's too much. Just solder another 20k on top. That's kind of big brain. I'm just gonna see if this works though. And blue is ground. And this one is 5 volts. So we should see the LED light, as long as all the metal is touching. When I do this, yeah. Should be singing now. Or not. Oh, there it is. Oh my fucking god, I'm being blinded. That is so fucking bright. Holy crap. My eyes! Okay, we definitely need a higher value resistor in there. Jeez. The ridiculous thing is that I can barely see now. My eyes. What does the chat say? USB controller? Okay. My fucking eyes. I am quite sure that I'm not overdriving that LED, yes. Jeez. It's stupidly bright. So we're powering it on 5 volts, right? This LED has a 2.4 volts forward voltage drop. Hold on, my calculator is correct. Let's have a look. Calculator. So we've got 5 minus 2.4, so this many volts to drop, right? And we're putting it across a 10k resistor. 10000. So it's this many amps is what it's running at. So we multiply it by 1000. And yeah, this is 0.26 milliamps. If I'm not miscalculating this. That's absolutely ridiculous. This LED, by the way, I have to be running at the absolute minimum brightness possible on the actual MIDI LED displays as well. It's running at like 1/256th brightness. But the LED drivers, it's not like a linear split. So 1/256th is actually less than 1/256th of the power, if you see what I mean. Like the lower values are lower, and then it's sort of, you know, the driver kind of tries to compensate for the fact that LEDs gradually get brighter by less amounts. Like, you know, like it's diminishing returns as you give higher current, basically. So they have most of the resolution in the low values. Anyway, so as ridiculous as this is to say, 0.26 milliamps is too much. I'm double checking this because I'm very suspicious. Oh, let's disconnect this. Yeah, it's 10k. That's 10k. That's 10k. Isn't that ridiculous? Okay, hold on. Sanity check. Let's just remove the resistor. Actually, you know what? Let me measure the voltage across the LED to see if that 2.4 volts forward voltage drop is correct. Let me just connect this up again. I'm going to measure the voltage across the LED this time. That 2.4 volts forward voltage drop was measured by one of these fancy little automatic component testing thingies. Which I could show you on stream actually. And I automatically identified it as a diode with that voltage drop. But let's see if we got the voltage drop correct, shall we? I need to pull this LED out a little bit to be able to measure the voltage. Actually, let's do it from below. It's so bright that I can easily see if it's lighting up or not while it's upside down. I know it looks like the legs are kind of touching, but they're not. I promise they're not. It's fine. Well, I think they're not. I think they're not. Oh, hang on, they might actually have been. Wait, were they? Hold on. No, surely not. There's no way that LED would have survived having no resistor across it with the 5 volts from my USB supply, right? If they were touching, right? Okay, hold on. Let's plug this in. I'm curious. Surely they were touching, right? Oh shit. Oh shit. I think I actually... Okay, they may have been touching. Okay, never mind. This is a much more sensible brightness. I have no idea how this LED how this LED survived running with no resistor, because the things were actually bridging the resistor from behind these long legs. I have no idea how that LED survived. But it did. Anyway, this brightness is much better. This is the kind of brightness I want. Its lifespan might be significantly diminished now, but whatever. Yeah. Hopefully running at 1/4 of a milliamp means it will still last a long time. This is the brightness that it's meant to be, by the way. We're not just seeing a low brightness because it's almost dead. This is the low brightness that I wanted in the first place. Anyway, let me just measure the voltage across it anyway, out of curiosity. Hi kids! White cheese! Thank you for the pads. The board says 5 volts above it, so clearly it's rated for... Yeah, right? 2.2 volts I'm measuring across it. Which is a bit off 2.4 volts. Kind of surprised it's that far off, but whatever. We're down from 100k hours to 5k. How will we ever cope? Okay. You know, I am kind of tempted to replace it. Even though, like, it's still working. I honestly don't know how that was still working. I can't believe it. Like, what current was the thing running at? Can anyone in chat recommend a book for learning the amp volt resistance rules, like when designing something like this? I've done the electronics kit stuff, but I have no idea what resistors I should be using. Okay. I can't recommend a book exactly. However, I do actually have a picture that I made recently. Can I get this in view? What am I looking at here? Hold on. Hold. Please hold. Holding? I think you're holding. Oh, you're not gonna be able to see this. Man, okay, hold on, let me turn off my camera view for a sec. Boop. 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 So here we have a circuit, and it's running at like nearly 5 volts. And we measure, well, right now it just has some resistor across it, but whatever, we need to know this is an important number. We need to be able to measure this somehow. If you have a diode tester, then it should be able to tell you this, or you can like put it in one of those special magic component value tester-y things. Let me show you that actually. This is a really cool invention. Full probe penetration into breadboard. Wait, what? What are we talking about here?
Jeez.
Hi, Onoxen. So basically what you do is you take the voltage that your board, your power supply is. In my case, it's 5 volts. And then you need to subtract the voltage drop of the LED. That is, basically, you can think of it almost like a threshold. When your voltage, it's not literally a perfect threshold because nothing in the world is perfect, but as your voltage... Oh my god, I keep forgetting I've only got half the screen to play with. Hold on, let's get rid of this again. When your voltage that's coming in goes above something, I don't even know what I'm drawing on the second axis, let's just draw a line. When your voltage goes above a certain value, say at this point, somewhere around here, this is known as like the threshold voltage or the forward voltage of the LED, then the LED will start turning on basically at this point. So it's almost like as the voltage goes up, nothing, this is like your voltage in, if you like. As your voltage goes up and up and up and up, nothing, and then above a certain thing, the LED starts turning on. But obviously the problem is that this is the kind of curve in brightness you get. This would be like current in, well, amps, I guess, but by the time you reach amps, I'm pretty sure the LED is dead. And so, basically, the diode kind of takes care of surviving this range of the voltage by itself, right? You just need to care about this part. So in the formula, that's why you start with your power supply. In my case, it's 5 volts minus the forward voltage of the LED. This basically gets rid of this part here, effectively. And so this, what you're left with here, this is the voltage that is remaining. And then for this, you use the Ohm's law thing, which simply says, if you divide the remaining voltage, let's pretend that this forward voltage is the 2.4 volts that we measured here. Well, I didn't measure it, but, well, I did in the past, but... Oh, maybe it's changed because I just damaged the LED. Maybe it was 2.4 volts and now I'm measuring it and I'm getting a different value because I damaged it. Anyway, yeah, that's probably it actually, now I think about it. That's kind of funny. Also, I'm sorry, LED, I didn't mean to damage you. Anyway, so let's pretend that this is 2.4 volts, even though I've damaged it now and it's something else. So you end up with 2.6 volts that you actually care about. This is like what you need to, you know, what's the word? Tame, if you like. So 2.6 divided by, for example, 10,000 ohms would give you a certain number of amps, and that this is what the LED will be running at. But if you want to know how many amps it runs at in the first, if you know this, but you don't know this, then you just swap them. So, but you're going to be dividing by a really tiny number here because you need to plug it in amps. So if you wanted to run at say 20 milliamps, then you'd need to plug in 0.02. And because you're dividing by like a number that's less than 1, you're going to get like a bigger number out here. So in this case, you'd get 2.6 divided by 0.02 would be 130, which is not a standard resistor value, but 150 is. So if you were to use 150, let's plug it back into this one, right? Do a little back and forth between them. Let's pretend that we're going to run it with a 150 ohm resistor. Then that would give you 17.3 milliamps. We can multiply it by 1,000 to make it easier to read. So it's basically this kind of two-stage process. First you have to know the forward voltage, and then you like plug that into this thingy here. What I don't understand is how you would know the amps for your situation. Like how many you wanted to run at? A rule of thumb is that like 15 to 20 milliamps is like generally safe. But really you would want to, if you want to actually know for sure, you do need the datasheet of your LED. And the datasheet of your LED would tell you what the forward voltage is as well, so you wouldn't even need to measure that. Let's have a look at the datasheets for the LEDs that I'm using, out of curiosity. Dr. Uke teaches LEDs. The gloved Uke, yeah, I'm like a doctor. What am I doing? Datasheets. Oh, I don't have the LEDs in here. Board V2. Datasheets. LED. Okay, here's an LED. Oh, it's in Chinese. Thankfully, VF is like a standard thing meaning forward voltage. So you can see it's between 1.9 and 2.4 volts. And they're always, in this example, they're always powering it at 20 milliamps. So, yeah. But somewhere it should actually say, okay, I guess this is the absolute maximum, 30 milliamps. I would not want to run an LED that hot, or that hard, because it would get hot and die quickly. Also, amazingly here, it's saying it could run at 100 milliamps for 0.1 milliseconds. I'm actually not quite sure exactly what this means. I guess this is 1/10th duty cycle. I'm not sure, I'd have to throw this in a translator. But this is, like, it looks like they're talking about 1/10th duty cycle. So if you're pulsing it for a really short amount of times, yeah. So generally, there should be an English datasheet around here. Is this one English? No. Is this one English? Yeah! Kind of. Forward voltage. Blah 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 blah. This is the green LED I'm using, by the way. Oh no, it's not. This is 5 millimeters. No, never mind. Peak forward current. Don't use the peak. Maximum continuous is where you'd want, and frankly, you'd want to be running it a bit less. Otherwise, you're just like pushing it as hard as it can go, and it won't last as long. Basically, all datasheets are in Chinese. A lot of them are. Generally, you only know amps recommended by reading the datasheet. Yes, but generally with LEDs, 20 milliamps is kind of a safe rule of thumb, or, well, it's not really safe, it's generally like what you'd expect to power an LED at the maximum. Generally, for like ordinary LEDs, right? Specialist ones where you're like trying to, like ones that are designed to like illuminate a room or something, like the bright ones, they're probably going to be different. But like for small indicator bulbs, typically, very often, the maximum continuous current is 20 milliamps. But it's not always, and yeah, you should probably check the datasheet. This is another Chinese one. Anyway, I'm running this one, as you can see, you don't need to run them super brightly if you just want it to be like a small indicator, right? I'm running it at like 1% 1% of the rated current, almost slightly above, and it's still super bright. Sorry, not super bright, but it still looks fine. It becomes possible to look at the LED without being blinded. It's not going to illuminate a room. Maybe at night time it would work as a super dim nightlight. Ever notice how some LED bulbs last for way longer than others? If you take them apart, the long-lasting ones tend to have more LED elements and run them at lower amperage. Yeah. It's not a good idea to run anything at like the maximum rated stuff. I noticed the datasheet noted that their numbers were from testing at 20 milliamps. Yes! It's because the numbers tend to change slightly with current, and 20 milliamps is, I guess, a typical thing that people might want to run them at. Oh, let me show you this really cool automatic tester thingy. You know what? I'm gonna actually put this LED on the tester again and see if it agrees with the 2 point whatever the hell it was that I measured with my multimeter, since damaging the LED probably. Okay. Here's a really cool little board. There's no case for it. It just runs on a 9-volt battery, and here's a board. And it has this this thing here for connecting things. This is a little bit damaged on mine. I've jammed some things in it that are a bit too big, so some of those connections are a bit broken. Anyway, the way it works basically is just look at the top left of it, and the things going to the right, 1, 2, 3. Like the first 3 pins at the top left horizontally are just the 3 pins that it uses. And you can also choose to use the bottom 1, 2, 3, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so if you put a component in here, yeah, I know. Let's put it in there because I can access those holes easily. And we push that clamp down, and we press the button. I wonder if you'll be able to see this display. Ta-da! It now detects that there is a diode. Interestingly, it's still measuring that voltage drop as being higher than I measure with my multimeter. Interesting. Not sure what to make of that. Anyway, it's kind of very cool that it can just work out what the component is. Let me grab some transistors as well. Or just one transistor actually. This is such a cool thing. Just it's so, the fact that they're able to do this with like such little circuitry, it's just like black magic that they're doing with a microcontroller and a bunch of transistors. I don't understand how, but it's very cool. So if we are to put a transistor in here, I think there are some of these available with like cases nowadays. I got this when it was a fairly new thing, so you would only really find like just DIY things like on AliExpress or eBay or something from Chinese sellers. Anyway, plug that in. Assuming that all these connections are actually connected, we're going to press the test button, and hopefully it's going to detect that it's a transistor and tell me, ta-da! It's an NPN transistor. And the base is connected to pin 2, and the emitter is connected to pin 3, and the collector is pin... Oh, sorry, 1, and collector is pin 3. How neat is that? And this is the gain as well. Yeah, and the, like the kind of the threshold voltage. Super, super neat little thing. It's not black magic, it's an automated curve tracer. That sounds like black magic to me. Also, hi City Robo, thanks for the lesson. You're welcome, you're welcome. I'm sorry I don't have a link to an actual page for it. But yeah, there's like a triangle that you can, so this thing here. Wait, oh I closed it already. No, I closed paint already, shit. This thingy here where you'd have like the forward voltage over 10k equals so many amps, I don't remember. Pops! Hi, expired popsicle, welcome, welcome! How are you doing? Welcome, kitty. Hi, hi, hi. Hi. Welcome. I'm gonna close this, it doesn't matter. I was gonna reiterate the thing, it doesn't matter. Hi! Welcome. How are you doing? Hi Nova, hi Fukesoft. It's not black magic, it's an auto-fringulating bonculator. Hi, welcome. Snake Raid, hi. Can I offer you a long uke in these trying times? There she is. How was your stream? Welcome. I'm not gonna forget to do a shout out this time like I did before, like a terrible person. Expired popsicle. Hi Balthazar, I can wave as well. Hello. Back to Wolfenstein. 2009. I didn't even know there was a 2009 Wolfenstein game. I only know about like the ones from the, I believe 90s. Or the one. We finished it? Nice! You have fun? Why do I imagine they're going to be modding that game? There's also like a little thing here where you can push SMD components onto to measure them, like on these pads. That's what they are. Yeah, how was stream? And also, this thing also differentiates between BJT transistors, like the one I just measured, and MOSFETs, which is cool. I'm struggling to open the bag of these MOSFETs right now. Oh my god, okay, I'm taking off a glove, I cannot open this. We exploded a lot of fascists' heads. Let me see. Sounds fun, question mark? I'm glad you had fun. Can the kitty educate the nooge on what retro proto turbo encabulator is and how it works? I have no idea what these words mean. I'm very sorry, nooge. Hang on, let me read this message from Cullen. In the olden analog days, you had curve tracers for testing components. Basically an oscilloscope combined with a function generator. You put a component between the test leads and they would push out a triangle wave, starting at 0 volts, ramping up, and then repeating. The oscilloscope would trigger at the start of each wave. Aha, I see. This, I feel like this is doing a bit more though. At least you can see that it's able to, you know. The LED was doing more than just flashing and stuff, so. Anyway, here it is detecting a MOSFET, hopefully. Ta-da! I love the way it even shows the body diode in there. I would assume that if... Wait, every MOSFET has a body diode, doesn't it? I was about to say something silly. Oscilloscope music, hell yeah! The resulting shape on the scope told you what the component was and if it was working. I see. This still almost... It sounds like black magic that humans had to learn. I'm sorry, it still sounds like black magic. This is just human black magic instead of automatic black magic. By the way, I want to show you something neat. Watch this. If you put two LEDs... If you connect two LEDs... Man, this LED is looking so sorry for itself now with these bent legs. Let's put one in like that, with the large leg in the middle. And let's take a different LED and put that in, also with this large leg, no, the other way around. Like that. So we've got two LEDs back to back. One of these is green and one of these is pink, by the way, sorry to spoil it. Wait a minute. This is not properly connected, and amusingly it's detected it as a capacitor because one leg is not in the hole. Man, I need to get a new one of these. I've damaged this connector so badly. Is that working now? There it goes, now the green one's flashing. There we are. Ta-da! Oh, actually it only detected one diode. What the hell? Well, it's clearly not perfect. In the past, I've seen it show two diodes back to back, but it's not doing that right now, so oh well. Maybe the voltage drop across them is too wildly different. I know that the voltage drop for this one is very high. Oh, it's too high to even detect as a diode. Holy crap. Okay, never mind. That's interesting. That's... Huh. Wow. That's crazy. The voltage drop of this is like 3 point something volts, like 3.5 volts or something. I guess it just... They thought, no, we'll ever want to test a diode with a voltage drop higher than like 2 point something volts. Surely. Anyway, hello, sorry, hi. We're on a slight tangent right now. I don't actually need to be doing any of this. I just wanted to show this cool device and how apparently it's not without, you know, it's not perfect. Also, I'm curious if newer ones have like improved detection algorithms and stuff. But the idea of the thing that you can just connect a component to and press a button and it tells you what it is very cool. Sometimes it even works. But yeah, this board right here is a shield I made, an Arduino shield. I'm actually going to start rushing this a little bit because it's 3 AM and I've basically done nothing. I've put 3 resistors in and I haven't even soldered them yet. It's not even soldered yet. I sadly don't have any violet LEDs to test or UV LEDs. I have a UV LED. Not a UV LED. A violet LED. The violet LED's voltage drop is so high that I can barely power in from this coin cell. Wait, surely the voltage drop of the pink one is less than 3 volts because I can power it from the 3 volt cell. Here's the violet one. Doesn't look very violet on the camera. I promise you that is actually purple. Oh wait, when it shines right at the camera you can see that it is purple. When it doesn't, it looks blue. Wow, that's weird. Interesting. Near UV things, kind of, as in close to UV things, always do weird things with cameras. Or unpredictable things, I should say. Because I have a modern tester of that kind? Oh, interesting, okay. Only if you have exactly the right kind of malleable logarithmic casing where 2 spurving bearings are correctly aligned. Why does this feel like you're using the language that would be used in Doom mods? Kitty, I accidentally connected 5 volts with no resistor to this LED earlier and somehow it survived. I think there's witchcraft going on. It was like for a good few seconds as well. I don't understand how it survived. But I'm a little bit paranoid now that it's not going to last very long, even though it's still perfectly bright. Nekarin, well, thank you very much for the follow. Hi. Welcome. So I was populating this with resistors. I was doing all the 10k ones. There's still one more 10k resistor that needs to go there, and I'm trying to be a good uke and not just cut them off from a supply of new resistors, which would be very easy and satisfying, but instead to probe around on my mess of an existing breadboard, which is the prototype for this board, and find the 10k resistors and take them off and reuse them, which is partially why this is taking so long, but honestly mostly it's just because I'm yapping non-stop. Quieten the music a little bit. 10k. What was this one again? I think I measured this before, but I don't remember what it was. This is... $1k. That was hard to get a reading on. What about these 2 little ones down there?
A few moments later.
It is going to be a few moments, yes. This and that. This one is 2.2k, and the one further away is... I feel like I already measured these actually, but I've forgotten. Ah, 10k! That's what I need. Okay, nice. You are coming with me. Get out. Yoink! That reminds me of that monster from Repo. one that goes yoink when it grabs you. When it does yeah, something. Anyway. 10k, let's plug that one into the board as well. I'm gonna do this off screen because frankly it's really difficult to use these gloves and yeah. Holy! To who? Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Nuge. Wow,
I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a good feeling about the gifted sub, thank you. Wait, why have you got a bad feeling about this, Nuge? There we go. It's in there now. Kinda. It's not very straight, but nor am I, so... Okay, I just want to get all the resistors in. So we need the 1Ks, we need a 1K there. And that looks like the only 1K resistor. So instead of trying to hunt down the singular 1K resistor on the entire breadboard, let's look somewhere else. Oh, you know what? Oh, instead, why don't I just take off whatever resistor I find and put it in the correct position on the board? Why am I doing things in such a hard way? Why am I so silly? How's the Nova doing there? Witchcraft indeed. Which witchcraft? Which is witchcraft? This one was 2.2k. Okay. Yeah. You're coming with me. And where do you need to go? Where do you need to go? Where's the 2.2k? I think I saw one, right? Or did I not? Maybe I didn't. A little bit suspicious now that I don't see a place where a 2k2 goes. That might be because this was powering an LED that does not need to be as bright. I think it was for this LED actually. If we roll the tape back and see where I pulled it from. If it was from this row here, like this pin of the LED, this is an LED here. If it was from this row, then yeah, it was for this LED. Let me just have a look at the VOD. I'm gonna dive back in time 1 sec. Where are we? Videos, OBS capture, this one. Give it a moment, it has to seek through. Oh, there, that was fast. Holy crap, that was fast. Okay, where did I pull it from? Where did I pull it from? Oh, it doesn't look like it actually. I think it's from the row next to it. Yeah, it looks like it's not from that row actually. That's a bit concerning, isn't it? Well, I sure hope this works. We'll find out eventually. Let's get the next resistor off the breadboard. Decorating the level with props, listening to cozy cuties streaming. No, you. Nice. Your what's that level, right? Your. Wait, I can't type it down. You're this level. You're Nova Jam level. I know it's like ending in a day, but yeah, no, might as well still shout it out. Okay, this is 220 ohms. The 0.21k is showing up as well. Okay, I will need that. I'll need one more as well. I don't know if there is one on the board here. I don't think there is actually. This is... Oh, there it is. It's right next to it. You can't even see it. It's perfectly camouflaged for you. Let me move those out of the way. There it is. Ha! Ha! Revealed your little hiding spot. Okay, there we go. 220 ohm resistors. I designed these sort of in a symmetrical way. There's one there, and there's one there. Let's slide those in. Okay, let's... Oh my god, okay, I'll just use my flipping pliers to pick this up because my hands are incapable. So this can go in there, like that. Give it a potion to clean up off stream. I should really get some different gloves. These are not suitable gloves for working with electronics. With all the little sharp bits pulling the threads out of the gloves. Question is, should I make the stripes symmetrical as well on the other side? I've got the two red-ish stripes there. I believe they're meant to be red. Or is it orange? It's just so hard to read on this, the blue thing. Anyway, the red ones are up there. Shall I make it symmetrical on this side? I probably should, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think I should. Where'd I get my second one printed? I used JLC PCB, but I'm not sponsored by them. But because the board was less than within their 10 by 10 centimeters limit, I mean, you can make bigger ones, but because it was within 10 by 10 centimeters, and 2 layers, it was ridiculously cheap. It was $6 something, including delivery, which is crazy. Wouldn't want them boosting the current. Wait, what? Okay, there we are. We've nearly got all of them in now. We need another 220 there, and a 4K7 there, and a 470 there. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Actually, I just realised there is one component that's even smaller than the resistor, and it's the diode. But screw it. I'll just do the diode along with the resistors. I was trying to do all the small ones first, but whatever. Yoink. There's only 1 or 2 or 3 more, 4 more resistors on here. I just keep finding more as I'm looking. This one will definitely be used. This one... yeah, get in there. Is 470 ohms. This is the magic one that makes the opto-isolator's response time much faster by pulling one of the Darlington stages down to ground, if I remember rightly. Let's have a look on the diagram. It's this one. Oh, I'm wrong actually. It's putting it up to 5 volts. It's putting it up to 5 volts. Interesting. We're actually not doing the pulling down to ground thing anymore. Right, I changed something at some point and no longer needed that, if I remember rightly. At some point I did, but I don't anymore. There used to be a resistor between there and there. God, I hope I haven't messed up and accidentally left this resistor off where... oh no, there was only one resistor there, wasn't there? That's the auto-isolator, so... and there was only one resistor there and I just took it out and it's in my hands now. So, and there's this one, so... and this was working. So I guess that it should work here as well. We'll find out. We'll find out. Putting the diode backwards would actually be bad. Wait. Make sure to not put your resistors backwards. That one is a joke, yeah. Oh, I see. Wouldn't want them boosting the current. I didn't see that bin. So relaxing? I'm glad. Your actual knowledge is limited to a couple of intro college classes. Was that a joke? That one was. The diode would be bad for circuit functionality and could, like, I guess, do some damage in other circuits. In this circuit, actually would not do damage. But that's simply because because of how the because of the MIDI specs, basically, they've tried to make it so that you can't damage something by shorting it, because effectively that would short it. Well, it wouldn't be exactly a short, but it would be a... Because the voltage, the diode has a voltage drop in. Thank you for the hydration. For resistors, I'm sure there are some that are directional. Are there actually? Are there actually? I guess there are like digital potentiometers, which are basically like potentiometers. Thank you for the hydration, Monoxum. I'll do that in 1 sec. There are so-called digital potentiometers, which are basically things that act like a potentiometer, but you can choose their resistance by giving them digital commands, commanding them from a microcontroller. And yeah, maybe those ones can only pass current in a certain direction. For solid state stuff like that, it wouldn't surprise me. But like just normal resistors? That would surprise me. Okay, we have 2 resistors left. Let's see if we can find them on the board. Let's see if they are the correct values on the board. I might have changed them. We have 3 resistors left, actually. Which is interesting. It looks like I have taken a 220 ohm resistor from somewhere else, because this one here is hopefully 220. Reading. There we are. Yes, that one's 220. But that is this one. Here's the MIDI input. Goes through there, and then the diode, and then into the opto-isolator. That is exactly this part. So this is the MIDI input, rubber banded to the board, and there's the diode, and the resistor, and the opto-isolator. So I've really taken a 220 ohm from somewhere else. Ah, it was probably from here. There's a spot for a 220 ohm there. Sorry, this camera is a very narrow depth of field. Stuff's only in focus in a very small range. Alright, well that's 220. Let's plug it into that other 220 area. Let's do the plug. Plugma, you might say. Try to do all the colors in the same direction. That is absolutely not necessary for the circuit to work, but for my own OCD, because I'm only going to be making like one of these, I just want to try to make them all point the same way. Just, you know, I'm only going to be making it once, so might as well make it look neat when I look close. Here, there it is. There's only one left, and it's right there. 4K7. Do we have a 4.7K resistor left on the board? Quite possibly not. Quite possibly not. Let's see. There's this one, and then there's only one more. This one was 1K. And this one was like 20K or something, right? Way higher. Yes, it's out of range. Alright, so I need to grab a new 4K7 resistor. Oh, hang on a second. There's a resistor over here that's just sitting here. What is this? That's 2.2K. Okay, that's not what I need. Let me grab a 4.7K resistor from the drawer. I have the strongest urge right now to say 1 moment please in Big Clive style. I'm the VTuber Big Clive. I'm actually not, I don't know anywhere near as much as he does. And for capacitors, although when dealing with them in math land, it seems like they work both ways. Most common capacitors are polarized, so I do have a correct and wrong orientation. Yeah, electrolytic ones do. Actually, all of the capacitors that I'm using for myself and this board are not polarized. That's one thing I don't need to worry about, thankfully. But I really like this one. Yeah, these are all just the... or, this is me doing air quotes. Here's the opening quote. all. And there's the closing quote. My other hand's got stuff in it right now. Okay, but I want 4K7, right? Yeah. One of them is ceramic and one of them is MLCC, which is also ceramic, but multi-layer. Polymer stuff? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just ceramic. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what polymer means. Polymer balls. Sorry. I'm trying to put this back in the thingy in the correct order. Okay, there we go. Fancy word for plastic. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna take one of the... What the... Oh, that was my meter turning off because I left it on for ages. Oops. I was using it there. I'm gonna use it right now. As a sanity check. 4K7. Actually 4.67, but... Good enough. Good enough. Alright, let's grab the board. Plug it in this way. There we are. That way. Boop. Give it a little headpad. Neaten it up off view because it's hard to do in view, and that should be that. Nice! That's all the resistors in. Let's also plug a diode in. It's 1N4148. It doesn't need to be 1N4148, but it is. Actually, hold on, let me double check. 1N4148, 1N4148. How many milliamps can that thing take? Oh, I don't have the data sheet here. I have that stored somewhere else. In my generic electronic components. Place programming electronics components. Diodes. Signal. 1N4148. Forward continuous current 300 milliamps. Well, we're not going to be shorting more than 20 milliamps in the worst case scenario, so that should be absolutely fine. This diode is to protect against faulty MIDI output from a device, I guess. Or like someone accidentally using a crossover cable, I guess. This shouldn't even be a thing in MIDI, like this isn't a thing. But if someone for some reason connects the signals backwards, then yeah, we effectively just short it, but through a resistor. So that doesn't, not so much of it gets to reach here. A little bit will, because, you know, this is only going to start conducting once the voltage, you know, gets above that forward voltage. But then this will reduce the voltage to a safe level that this can easily handle. Because this can't handle a very high backwards voltage. Inside here is just another LED, another diode basically, but this diode doesn't have such a good reverse voltage, so this one protects this one. But it should never really need to do it unless you connect some very fucked up thing to this board. But just in case, I'm putting one in. I already have them, so I might as well. Yoink! Get out. There we are. This... I may have forced this diode into holes that are closer than ideal. Anyway, there's a stripe on there to show that the current flows from this side to that side. And if you look at this, hang on, can I get this? I'm gonna get this in off stream. Actually, not sure if I can use this one. I think I might have shortened the legs too much. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get a new one of these diodes. I've kind of messed up the legs on that one too badly. Diodes, where are my diodes? Ah. Man, I have all of these, like, labels. Like, I printed off all of these labels, these pieces of paper with, like, different things on them that I eventually want to, like, be putting on the drawers and stuff so I can easily find things, but I haven't actually put them in yet, so it's still really hard for me to find things. Maybe I'll do a stream where I glue all of those into the drawers. What the fuck? Hang on a second, I actually can't find these. Sorry about this. Oh, there they are! Oh my god. Fucking finally. Okay. Behold, diodes. Anyway, these ones have been here for a little while. Since 2019. Alright, so I'm looking for 1N4 and 4A. Not that it really needs to be that one, but... Where are they? Oh, it's these ones that have been here since 1998. Interesting. Holy shit. I'm really glad I didn't show the other side of that label because I would have doxed myself. I am removing this label now, so that is never possible in the future. That's scary. Okay. Anyway, diodes. Yeah. Oops. Alright, so here's one. Ta-da! It compiles? Nice! Your DOS thing? Hell yeah! Wait, have you really just tested it? Look how tiny the body of this is. It's so small, it's all leg. I wonder if you can read that tiny text printed on the diode. I'm actually curious. Let me adjust the focus as close as it can possibly get. Let's see if we're gonna see this. Oh, you kinda can. I might need to brighten things up a bit to make it bright enough, but it's like... It's there, it's just... It's kind of dark and hard to see. Wow. Anyway. Gonna read all the registers, read the palette, set back all the registers, and see what breaks. Oh my goodness, good luck. You know some registers like behave in a special way? Like you have to read to them on one address and write to them on a different one? Oh, one port and write to them on a different... My function should take care of that? Okay, good luck. How wide is this one? This is kind of annoying trying to bend this. Especially with these gloves on. Ah! Okay, I'm doing this off screen. without the glove. Get your anus into that hole. Sounds a bit weird, to be honest. There you go. In you get, all the way down, all the way. Wow, that looks weird as hell. That's not very graceful. Or elegant. Oh, that's better. I just need to push it a bit harder. I feel like I'm making Nova giggle more than I should be. Hi Israel, welcome, welcome! Hi. Welcome to my stream of my black desk covering thingy. Hope you enjoy it. I'm just trying to straighten out this component off screen. Because it's annoying to do under the camera. Okay, whatever, that'll do. Ta-da! Very relaxing. Aw, thanks. Okay, there we are. I think it's time to solder all of these components currently. So that's all of the resistors in. And that diode. Yeah. Still not super happy about how this diode is not like properly centered in the printed box. But it's kind of annoying. I wonder if we can use these to shove it over a bit. I don't want to damage it too much though. Well, I don't want to damage it at all. What if I just pull this leg from the other side? Oh! That worked! Nice, that worked. I might have scratched the board on the other side there. That's fine, it's just one enormous ground plane. There we are, it's a bit more centered now. Nice, nice. Alright, I'm now gonna try to solder this. I'm just gonna put this down like that. Somewhere in where everything was kind of in view. And I guess I'll get snipping a little bit. And then solder. Making a little bit of space for the soldering. Iron. Disgusting looking tip. And now we do a little bit of magic. And now it's a nice tip. Alright, I'm trying to unwrap some solder with one hand as well. Nice tip. Whoops. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try to snip some of these first. I bent them over so that they'd stay in place as I flipped the board, but the board is flipped now, so I reckon I can just snip them all. As long as I don't accidentally move the board like that. Maybe put something on it to try to hold it more in place. Let's use this giant ass multimeter, which actually might end up flipping the board a bit. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Need something on the other side as well, this side. I'll just try and be careful. Surely that's the solution, right? The solution is not to do it in a better way, it's just to be more careful. Putting my finger... What the fuck? Why did my audio just break? I didn't enjoy me cutting that one. That was the audio pin that I just cut apparently. Ah! Well, my finger's already stuck on the pins. The clavers. Thank you very much for the follow, Nubiban. Welcome, welcome. Or Nubiban, perhaps. Hi, Mogge! Hi. Mogge.今日はピザをもぐもぐした。 Okay, let's just solder that one. I'll just do one at a time, I guess. This is a little bit not super shiny. Well, the solder does still melt, okay. Okay, now I've got like a properly shiny tip. Let's get soldering. And just like that, our first resistor is soldered in place. Now we just need to do that a whole load of times. Ah! Why? What did I do? Hi, Skash. Welcome. Late night electronics. How poetic. Thanks. I'm a little confused. It looks like you're trimming excess wire before soldering. I am doing that. And I'm doing that because I read that if you solder first and then trim, I don't think there's a huge... I don't think there's like an enormous difference. But the idea is, if you solder and then you trim, the physical shock caused by the snipping of this can cause like microscopic fractures in the solder joint. I've never experienced that as a problem, but now I am perpetuating this potentially unfounded folklore. So maybe I am part of the problem. But no, well, I originally started doing it when I was working on the enormous circuit boards, and there are like over 4,000 solder joints per board. So I was like, okay, I kind of want to maximize the chance of this working, and there are 4 boards, so like, yeah. Hang on a second, let me fix the focus a bit. Only matches for large components with thick leads. Oh, okay. Well, like, for these small ones, there is also the thing of there's also the thing of if I do the solder here, it might wick up the lead, and then when I'm cutting it, it actually will be quite a thick cut, you know? Let me just do one and try and demonstrate. Well, maybe it wouldn't be a problem actually, but let's just see. Okay, there's one. Now to cut this, I'm gonna have to sort of come in at an angle, something like this, I think. That's not too bad. It does look a little bit weird now though, because we've got like the... That looks fine now that I've retouched it. But I think I'd rather snip first, because if I'm gonna have to retouch it, like that's more work, you know? Solder, snip, solder is more than just snip, solder. Solder component would be at risk of falling out. Yeah, there is that. That's why I'm going one at a time. These there we go. I think these snips might be getting a little bit tired, because these are the ones that are used for all of the circuit boards. And there are some thicker pins that I was snipping on that as well. And yeah, it was over 8,000 snips in total for that board. And I think they might be getting a little bit tired. These are very, very, very cheap. They were sold in a pair for very cheap. So I guess that tells you about how long they're intended to last. So I'm kind of tempted to maybe start the next one, although it feels horribly wasteful. I really don't like the idea of them. Screwing into heat sinks before soldering. Wait, what? Screwing into heat sinks before soldering. Oh, so that when you're screwing, you don't accidentally, like, you know, be rocking the legs back and forth? Seems like a different thing, but yeah. Different issue. Well, that was a nice solid snip. That's the first solid snip these snips have done today. And there's a second one. Wait a minute, I've got a magnetic screwdriver somewhere around here. Here it is. You can just pick these up. Ha! Magic! I do actually think that it might be a good idea to do the soldering first, actually, because I do actually think that some of these legs are getting quite low in the holes. I might be cutting them too flush. It seems like I can read the color palette. Hell yeah! Now you need to just change the color palette. Just change color palette index 0. 0 is black, right? The glove is getting in the way of the soldering action? Oh no, sorry. So if the background is already black, then changing color palette index 0 should change the color of the screen, I think. I think it's 0 by default. Well, I mean, I don't actually know if it is or not. I don't know if it's reliably 0 or if you should write zeros in everywhere. Get off, get off, get off. I think that... Where's the other... Oh, there. That is really hard to see. Hi, Crazy Kitty. Thank you for the hydration. I will do that in 1 sec. I want to make sure that I solder the correct thing here. It's very hard for me to see. I'm just gonna... I actually can't see where I'm meant to be soldering. I actually can't see what I just trimmed. That's annoying. Maybe I will solder and then trim, because I don't know what I just trimmed. I'll check the VOD. I have the streamer superpower. I can check my own VOD. Thank you, and thank you for the pants as well. How's the kit doing? It's VOD time. Thank you for the pants, Nico. Welcome, welcome. Which ones did I snip? Ah! Windows, please. I don't want it to snap to my other screen. Which ones did I snip? I snipped... Wait, why is there something between there and... What? Have I been soldering them in not the right pairs? So it is those two. It is this and this, right? There's that one. Yeah, that's half of this resistor. I don't know what this one is half of. Yeah, the ones I've done are in like a diagonal kind of way. Okay, so one of them is that one, so let's just solder that one. This one, right? Let me double check. Man, this is such a superpower for having no... Like this... This is super useful if you have no memory, like me. Right. And the other one was... one. Let's try not to accidentally solder the LED as well. Sorry, the diode as well. This long leg is the diode. Man, I'm getting all loads of these little component legs all over my desk right now. Recording your own stream? Yeah, it's a thing that OBS can do. Which is very nice. Just reuse the same encoded video for saving to a file locally as sending to Twitch. Doesn't need to do a separate
Okay, I gotta go, but I look forward to your next stream.
Thank you very much! Ah, thank you for the bits as well! Wow, thank you, thank you. Why? I don't know why RoboUke read your message so weirdly.
Okay, I gotta go, but
Okay, I got to go. Thank you for hanging out. It was pretty cool having you here. You're welcome back anytime. Also no, what's the word? Obligation, something. Alright, let me just try to... I'll cut it and I'll try to not get distracted before I solder it. Oh, yuck. Oh, yuck. Changing the pad does work, but something is turning everything black. Something is turning everything black. Wait, what? It might be a different color, like it might be a different index. There are multiple blacks in there, by the way. It's not only index 0, so maybe it's not index 0 by default. This... Okay, that was this. This one was connected to this. This across there is a resistor there, is what I'm trying to say. I think. It is what I'm trying to say. I think it's true. Let's just do that. I feel like we need just a tiny bit more gamma on the live view. I don't know what it is. It just looks kind of, to me, it looks a little bit, but like high contrast for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna bump the gamma just a little bit. I wonder if that helps. Probably hinders. I think I need to focus back the other way now that we're on the other side of the board. Let's do this. Thank you for the pad 6 here. Wait, why am I tilted? What happened? Oh, the bits tilted me. Thank you. Thank you for the pad 6, yeah. We got one there. By the way, I have 99.9% purity isopropyl alcohol now, so I should actually be able to clear off these, like, splatters easily. Well, these ones are not that bad, but, like, on the other board, there's, like, actual proper flux mess on the board. Like, the gooey stuff. So hopefully, the more pure isopropyl that I have now will easily be able to get rid of that. What more do we need? And there's legs all over the place. Get off the board, please. It looks like we only got 3 components, or 2.5 components left, actually. One of them is there. That's the half. Maybe a bit too much solder. Oh, nice. Only a little bit of it stuck. Then we have this resistor over there. And then this big diode. Let's do this resistor first. A little bit paranoid that this one will fall out, so let's just do one side first. And then the other side. Oh, I just realized what wax meant. I hope that the glove hasn't been in the view the entire time when I've been doing the solder joint. That would be very annoying to watch. I'm gonna chop this. I have a thought. I wonder how I'm gonna make it so that the transistors aren't flush against the board. I don't really want them to be flush against the board. Oh, they are almost in the way, aren't they? So I think if I just pull more solder off the roll. Then I can hold the roll further away and the glove won't be in view. There we are. There we are. That should be all of them. That should be everything. Another loose leg, good enough. Just having a look at it close up myself. This one looks a bit red. Still looks a bit red. It's probably fine. Oh, I think it looks weird. Oh, okay, I see why it looks weird. It looks weird. I see like a blob of one side of it. And that's because that's how the leg was. The leg was twisted around like that. Oh, it's just the leg I'm seeing bulging through. Anyway, there we go. All these things are now soldered in place. So next I want to do... let's do that micro switch that goes there. Which I should still have off to the side somewhere. I thought I had one out of the bag. Where is it? Ah, there it is. This. Unlike the datasheet which I saw, the switch is slightly different. It joins the... Wait, which way is it? Let me have a look at this. I think it joins the two near sides together. So normally the two near sides are open and it joins the two near sides together. And this is actually only a single pole, so you can't switch two different things even though there are two sets of two wires. They're electrically connected inside. It just has force for structural rigidity. Let's double check. I'm gonna measure the continuity. I know I said I didn't want it earlier because the beep might disturb people, but I think this will be alright. I'm actually gonna push it onto the board first and then I'll measure it once it's on the board, because that's easier than trying to push the probes onto the switch and then press the switch. So once it's on the board, it's just a silly floppy finger glove, I swear. It's ridiculous every time I see it. There it is. There it is on the board. It's not quite sitting flat, hold on. I don't think that's quite the perfect footprint. but it certainly will do. Okay, so if I just measure... let me see, if I push the board down, can I just push the board? Yes, okay. So if I measure now from... from here to here, there should not be a connection until I push the board down. Nice. It's my beep button. Have I considered adding an ASMR tag to my stream? Honestly, I'm a little scared of doing that. Because, well, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's YouTube that's banning all the ASMR VTubers, isn't it? It's not intended to be ASMR, but it is. I guess it is unintentional ASMR. The reason I'm whispering so much is because the time, which I'm pointing to with my right ear, is 3:53 AM. And there are people sleeping. YouTube is doing what? Well, like every flipping day practically you're hearing about streamers who are just streaming, like even innocent streamers who are doing like completely non-lewd ASMR stuff, but just like randomly being reported or like detected, I don't know, as like breaching community guidelines. I'm going to solder these in and then maybe cut them. These ones are thicker. Oh, it's so satisfying soldering these thick ones. Seeing the solder flow up them. It's a bit bright. That might be easier for you to see. Yeah, it seems like a risky word to use in your titles on YouTube now. If you're a VTuber especially. I think this might need some cleanup. Let's have a look. Oh dear, I think I put a bit too much solder on there. There's a lot too much solder, oh dear. Well, the switch is certainly on there, it's not coming off, but... bit excessive. I got a bit excited because they were like thicker contacts, and I'm like, yes, take all my solder. And now my stream is going to be flagged for community something. It's so strange that whispering is seen as lewd when there's actual lewd content that's fine. I know! It's crazy. Yeah, there we are. Oh, some of the solder is like... yeah, some of the solder has gone up through the holes. On this side, actually. It looks kind of nice. It bugs me that it's not doing it on all of the joints, so I'm just gonna like touch the iron on from this side. I do want to be able to see this up close while I'm doing it, so I'm sorry for doing it away from the camera. Oh, okay. When I use the soldering iron on that side, it kind of pulls the solder through like a lot. Look at that. I hope I don't like melt the switch. I'm making it kind of hot. Thank you for the posture check. I'll do that in 1 sec. In 1 posture sec. Okay, 3 out of 4 look good now. This one looks a bit weird. That'll do. I'd rather it work than look perfect. Still seems to function, as in like I haven't broken the mechanism. Let me actually make sure that I really haven't melted it, because I was holding the thing on there for a while. Nice. Okay. There was like some flux on the solder joint or something, so there wasn't a connection on the probes. Let me check for posture. Okay, posture has been obtained. Flagged for cringe? Oh no. Big Sis streams would never survive. I'm only saying this because she calls herself leader of the cult of cringe. I kind of want to remove all these legs from my desk now. Thank you for the pats, nymph. So I'm just trying to pick them up off camera. I'll put that on there while I sort them out. Okay, I'm not actually removing them from the desk yet. I'm just gathering them all into one pile. Or trying to. Some of them have like, they're a little bit sticky legs on one end because they've been held into the strips of stuff. And the more words come out of my mouth, the more I'm realizing that I could probably get banned for just doing electronics. Alright, what's next? Possibly these little ICs, the opto isolator and the timer. I do wonder how I'm gonna get the transistors to sit like not against the board. I've already said that though. Transistors are probably taller than that though. I know how I'll do it. I'll just oh no, it's not gonna work because the pins come out of the other side. Not sure. Let me do these first. These ICs, the chips. Found the issue. It's the one thing I put in a to-do because I don't want to do right now. What is that? If it's not too painful to try to explain. I have opened one end. Let's let out a chip. This might be easier said than done. I'm gonna grab its leg with these. Yoink! Should probably opened up the other side. The side's a little bit crushed. Alright, here we are. Ta-da! It's kind of unreadable on camera. It's kind of unreadable on my eyes as well, jeez. What the? 6N138. Nice. So I want to do a little sanity check here. I want to make sure that it matches up with this one. So yeah, this has a dot at the top left. And with this dot here, there is a dot in the top left there as well. It's printed though, rather than being an indentation, so it's a bit harder to see. But there is one on there. So that's the pin 1. And that on that one, on this side, the 2 middle pins are the input. This one and this one. So just for as a sanity check, let's see if I were to place it. Because on here I don't have a dot printed, I just have a notch. That's like my locating feature. And yeah, if I were to put it that way, that would equate to pin 1 being there. And these 2 pins here, which are what connects to this diode. There's like it's a little hard to see now that I've now that I've soldered the thing, but you can see really clearly here. This diode here connects to those 2 pins. So yeah, it's that way around. Let's solder it. The address port of the attribute register stuff has 1 bit that is used for data, and that bit should normally be set to 1. Since I was masking out the indexed users the address, I was setting it to 0 and reading it, which enables some funky stuff that makes everything black. Oh, interesting! Attribute register, I don't remember which one that is. There are so many like not really descriptively named registers. For now I just and 0x20 it. I think I see it. Thanks for coming to my toddy talk. Hi posted in! Welcome, welcome! Hi, hi, hi! Okay, let's see if we can get this IC to sit on it. Its legs are kind of bent a little out of the usual shape, so let's see if I can get this to sit in there. I will have to do this off stream, off camera, I'm sorry. Ah, I'm sorry! Ah. Hi, Citizen. Why cheese? Straightening those legs. I gotta remove both gloves for this one. Oh my god, the stew arrive! Wait, whose emote is that? That's amazing. Nova's! That's such a good emote, Nova. Oh my goodness. Stew arrive. Good job. Guess a little bit closer to the crate shape. It's not really correct though. Let's see if the board can help align it as I plug it in. Nope, it's still too far after even plug in. Okay, a bit more straightening. Gonna have one for the stew? Hell yeah. Hello miss, how are you doing? Hi Crostan, I'm kind of happy that I'm finally soldering this. I feel like the soldering streams are always so relaxing, just so calm, you know? Even for me. Like it's relaxing for me as well, I can just, it's so chill. I'm forced to be slow because I can't rush this. And it's nice. Very calming. Nice. Oh no, Yuka's tilt. I am. I had bits thrown at me and the force of the bits rocked my world and my avatar. Okay, this is kind of going in. Kind of going in. There we go, there we go, there we go. Give it a little push. What? Do you hit? Oh my goodness. Yeah, look, there we are. It's, oh, okay. It started pushing me one way and now it's, oh, there we are. Now I'm slowly rotating back the other way. Will it get better or worse? It's currently better. I'm like, I feel like I'm rotated in this dimension a little bit. Oh, you can really see how I'm tilted now. I'm looking upwards. Huh. I can't rotate myself that way with controls. Thank you very much to him. Shaders. And there's the stew arrive. Nice. Alright, there we go. There we go, look at that. Wonderful. Wonderful. We have a chip on our board. Not on our shoulder, but on our board. This is starting to look like a real board suddenly. And there's the other side. I'll solder those in now. Right after re-gloving. Actually, let me put the other chip in as well. Hold on. I'll give you this for now. Daphne closed the register again. Is that your cat? I made something correctly aligned? No, don't worry, it's going off again. It's gone too far. It's rotating further. Look, there's a little black line at the bottom of my avatar now. Just how you'd like it. Okay, so what is this other one? Why did I take it out of the... why did I take it out of there? I could have just taken it from here. Oh, I was trying to take things from here, wasn't I? Man. Right, screw it, I'm taking it off here. And I'm putting the other one back in the tube. One of three cats? Daphne, Cricket, and Gizmo. Those are good names. For a cat. That's a good name. As a cat, I approve. Good job. Good job with your naming. Have a nice soldering. Careful not to burn the uke. I'm gonna try. A stew leave? Oh yeah, we need a stew leave now as well. Have a nice... take care, Stew. Have a nice taking care. Okay, the one that was in the breadboard kind of aligns perfectly. Yeah, it aligns so perfectly that it's almost sliding back out. Nice. Well, there we are. This one has a hole for the locating pin, which is much easier to see. Like a dip, an engraving, you can see, because that's what it is. just put the other one back in. What? Holy yuck! It's a mlamlin! Exclamation mark, holy! That's not a command. I feel like it should be on. Wait, it is a command on Alstream, isn't it? That's why it was in my head.
Oh. I'm sorry, Ellen. I have no glowy parts on this image. It's all dark. Maximum edge. Oh yeah. I cannot believe that I was just about to go looking in a drawer for the timer again when I should take it from this. Okay. I've already put the gloves back on. Hi, Gyros. More edge. More edge. There. There's another edge. So edgy. There's another edge. There's another edge. There's 2 edges at once.
Oh my god, it's 4 edges at once. I can barely fit 4 edges on the screen at once. That's how edgy it is. How's the gyros doing? Okay, let's try and get this off. Oop. Oh, it's kind of neat. It's kind of easy. Down you come. There you go. Ta-da! There's our 555 timer. Old famous one. I think this is the first circuit designed by me that uses it. Like I've used one before when making someone else's circuit. Okay, as a bit of a sanity check, I want to check this again as well because here my locating tab is sort of at this end, but there's no specifically dot to say specifically which pin it is. So if I were to put that on, pin 1 is up in the top left there. So pin 1 would be that. And that is 5 volts. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, it could be ground. No, it's ground, isn't it? This is 5 volts. Yeah, this is 5 volts. And this is ground. So let's do a quick check and see what it should be. Actually, no, not what it should be according to this, but what it is according to the datasheet. Wrong project. Here it is. Okay, nice. Top left is indeed ground. And top right is the VCC, the power supply. Nice. So that will be the correct way around. I'm just not used to doing it with this sort of locating tab, almost like this notch, rather than a dot. I'm sorting that in. It's a little hard to do with these silly gloves and holding it away from me in front of the camera. Oh fuck this, let me just do it off camera. There we are, much easier. Oh, it's kind of come out the other side now. Ah! There we are. Boop. And there you go. 2 ICs to solder. Let's do it. I'm gonna put something under here to prop it up a little bit. It's soldering time. Are you so edgy that you cut your lawn just by looking at it? If the evil routine was being used, then yeah.
Absolutely.
Kind of soldering this just by touching the top of the pin. It's a little hard to get to the... Oh wait, I can just do that. Six, 7, 8. It's kind of really hard to see on the stream for some reason. So much reflection of the light. Thank you for the pats, generic fire demon. How's the demon doing? Next we have one there. One there. 3. These numbers I'm reading are not corresponding to pin numbers, by the way. That one's probably pin 1 though, because it's square. Which means this is probably 8, 7. That was a bit awkward. 6. Oh, let's extend this solder. 6 and 5. Let's see how that looks close up. Couple are a bit weird. Is that one fixed? Yeah, it's kind of okay. That's alright. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Okay, so we've got our 2 chips on there. How cool is that? How cool is that? What's next? I think next... The capacitors for here and here are going to be a little bit bulky. I mean, they're just going to be a little bit taller. So all that is left are capacitors and transistors and LEDs. And then we do have the bigger things like the blah 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 screw terminal things, and then these enormous things, but let's not worry about those. And pins as well, but those are on the other side, so we also don't need to worry about those really. Well, I mean, they're soldered on this side rather than that side. Good so far? Enjoying Berg. You ate it as all? No! Bad. Hope it's good though. Well, you literally just said that you were enjoying it, so... Oh, hang on, I'm missing a resistor. How did I miss that resistor? There's still one resistor there that I haven't soldered. There's a 1K resistor. Wait, that was the 1K one that was on the board, wasn't it? Was it this one? Hold on. Was it this one that I took off the board? Let me just measure this. No, the one I took off the board is 2.2K. But I'm pretty sure there's a 1K one on the board somewhere. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's 1K. Well, that's where the 1K one was. And that's where the 1K one's supposed to go. Okay. Oh well, let's... I hope it doesn't matter that I have like a slightly taller thing on the board. I should just be able to push it flat still. I will pop this in. It goes in there. And I'll try to neaten this up off screen. Why do I keep saying off stream? I'm still streaming. Jeez. Well, speaking of things I haven't streamed, but I have been doing off stream. I could show you the near enough finished commission for Yuisho. A music commission. I might try to add like one more pad, and then I've just got to record it out cleanly. I'll do it in 2 passes because the synth is slowing down a bit with all of the stuff that's playing at once, so I'll do all the things that need accurate timing, like percussion and timing critical sort of sounds and sound effects. Then I might equalize it as well, although the synth has an equalizer on it and I'm not using it yet, so I might as well at least see if I can do the equalizing on the synthesizer, because then that'd be very satisfying because the entire MIDI file would be like, would just sound correct when you play it. It's obviously the right way to do it. Okay, let's solder this. Melatonin starting to kick in, couch is comfy, cats are comfy, you should not sleep on the couch tonight. Alright, have a nice sleep, hopefully in bed or somewhere, you know, better. Thank you for hanging out. Have a nice rest. I did solder those. Oops, I did solder those in first before snipping because you know, when I were to cut them, the component would fall through. Because the ICs are taller. Okay, now all the resistors are done. Hi Gunslinger, welcome, Gunslinger Girl. Do I have a fan on for the fumes? I do not. This is not a very big board, so the fumes just kind of go away immediately. I just kind of, after you've been soldering for like a while, well, you just kind of get used to just, it becomes super second nature to just be breathing out while you're doing a solder joint, so that you just like automatically don't breathe it in. Get a fan if I were you? It's fine, this is fine. I do have a fan, but I don't use it for this. Okay, what do I want to do next? I think I want to do the transistors. I'm a little bit scared about this because these have very small holes, like really small, and the pads are so close to each other. The solder smell is the best. I don't like it, I'm gonna be honest. Shiny stuff? Yeah! Don't breathe this. I'd rather not breathe in. But I don't breathe it. Usually. I did breathe it a bit when I was doing those enormous LED boards. If ever I should have had a fan, it probably was then. Welcome in, Sky. Welcome. Okay, we need 2 transistors with subtly different model numbers. 337 and 327. BC337, BC327. One of them is NPN, one of them is PNP. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. I was getting components out of the drawer again when I should be getting them from the breadboard. I'll never learn, will I? I will never learn. Okay, I'm gonna yoink. Boop. Which one is this? I think it's 337. It is 327. Well, good job I checked. Okay, so I should just be able to slide that right in, but I don't know if the holes are wide enough. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna do this off screen. Oh, they are, thank goodness. Oh, I was worried for a second there. Yes. They are coming through on the other side. Sorry, this is terrible. Terrible view. There you are. Yeah, I'm not sure how high I want these transistors to be off the surface. I guess I could put them all the way down, but the reason I hesitate to do that is for heat. Like, you know, heat, like, blah 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 when I'm soldering. So that's sitting flush, which is like, well, that's weirdly synchronized with the music. Although, I guess I can push it up slightly, like that. Oh my god, this is really hard to get on me. And just bend the thing up. Are you going to use a transparent case? I want to see the long uke from the outside. This board is going to be on the back of a wooden board, which is going to be holding the main LED display panels. But it will be visible from the back. I don't think the back's going to be covered, because you're going to need to be able to access this area here to plug in the MIDI cables. I'm just going to do a quick sanity check on this. The resistor is on the right leg and the middle leg. So the middle leg and the right leg of 327. Let's check the data sheet. I haven't used these parts before, these patterns, so, and it's the one I made, so I just want to be sure that it's going to be the correct way around. So BC327. From this way around, the right leg is number 3. Number 3 is the emitter, and number 1 is the collector. So the pin with the diode symbol on it is on pin 3. Now let's compare it to the schematic. That's not the schematic. Where is the schematic gone? There it is. So this is 327. Okay, nice, yes. This is the one that has the resistors. There are 2 resistors there, and then ground. Okay, so it's the same way around. With the picture like this, this is the same orientation. And the drawing of the footprint on the board is correct. Like this curve here and then the flat line. So nice. Let's solder that in place. I'm confident that that's correct. Wait, when I push this, it's gonna go through further, isn't it? I'm being silly. I guess I have to put something like a screwdriver there or something to stop it from going further in. I'll just solder the middle one. And, oh, this might be hard actually. I might need to get a little up close and personal with this. Maybe I should even use a smaller bit. Ideally, I would be using a smaller bit right now. Oh. Okay, that worked. Whoa! Hi, welcome. Hi H. Ingles, or Inglis. Welcome. How was your stream? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. I am currently soldering this circuit board that I made. I had produced, I designed it though. How was stream? Welcome. Emote raid message. Hi, welcome. Hand gesture. Hi, Natere, I guess? If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let me shout you out. I'm gonna find out what you're up to. H_Ingles, not Ingler, Ingles. Oh, the emote is actually called emote. Wait, is the emote amazing? Nice. Good emote, I approve. Unprepared for golf, so have a consolation Minecraft stream. Well, I hope you had fun. Looks like it should be pronounced like Japanese, but it's actually Natir. Oh, okay. Hi, welcome. Thank you. Welcome in Natir then. I'm no-do raid message. Welcome in V1 as well. Hi. Do you have fun with the Minecraft? I normally have a 3D avatar right now, so I'd be able to like wave and give head pats and stuff and look at your avatar, but I can't right now because the camera that would normally be looking at my face to track me is instead looking at this. Why is there still fluff on my glove? I thought I removed that. Now I have. Pretty alright stream? Nice, nice. My voice is not cooperating with me right now. I'm having to be quiet, by the way. I'm not trying to do ASMR, but the time right now is 4:28 AM. I should probably stop soon. However, I kind of want to get this finished. Yeah, welcome in. This is a little circuit board that I've been designing for use with an Arduino. It allows you to connect a MIDI input device and also forwards that on to a MIDI through port. Why can I not get this thing to... There we go. And it has like an LED on it, so you can see when there's MIDI data. And then there's so yeah. Here's how it is. There's a little long uke, a character of the stream here as well. For good luck. And then yeah, it also connects all of these pins up here. Those will be going to like screw terminals, so you can easily connect wires that will go off to LED displays, which I've already made. And they work, but it's a pain to connect them up to the Arduino currently, so this will make it easier. And then power also goes in there. And so it gives power to the Arduino this way as well. Funny stuff I don't understand. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, I'm trying to solve like the smallest pins on the board right now, which is the smallest pads on the board. Clean them up. Electrical engineering will always evade me? Aw, I'm sorry. Ah, I've bridged. I think I've just bridged them all together. Amazing. One sec. Let me get the magic problem-solving braid. Watch this. Watch this, Shen. Ta-da! And just like that, they're no longer stuck together. Hopefully they are still stuck to the board properly though. Let me look at this close up. I'm gonna give this a tiny touch up. I'm sorry for holding it away from the camera, but sometimes I need to get a closer look. If it's in view of the camera, it's not in very good view of my eyes. Because the camera is not me. Okay, I think that works. Let's get a really close up look at this. I think they're not connected. There is something going on there a little bit. Have another really close look. Let me just remove a bit of solder from that one on the right, I think. Ah, there we go. That looks a lot better. Okay, there we are. That's better. Definitely not touching each other now. MIDI, is this for MIDI troubleshooting? This is for a project. Hang on a second, I have a video for this. I should have shown the video already, sorry. This is for this project. I think I have a video of... Which one is this? Ah, okay. This is a video of 3 out of the 4 boards. So this is another board I've made. There are 3 of them in this view, but there are 4 in total. Oh, I can't stretch this bigger apparently. So if I stop the music for a sec and play this. So these are boards that show off what's happening inside a MIDI file that's playing. This is an incomplete version. As you can see, there are some displays that are not on yet. They're all on now if you play something. So yeah, this is like a display to show what's happening as a MIDI file plays or MIDI data gets received. Shows instrument number down the side. You've got like some volume, a bunch of other things I can't even remember now because I've not looked at it for so long. Down the side here, these flashing LEDs are showing when a message is received of a certain type on a certain channel. Like one row is one MIDI channel. So basically it's a visualizer for MIDI music. And this board is just to make it easier to connect those displays up. In terms of the boards to the Arduino and also the MIDI into the Arduino. Basically everything that goes between everything before connecting to the Arduino, which is the brain. Here's the Arduino, by the way. It's gonna sit on top. It's an Arduino Mega. Hi, BAM! How's BAM doing? How's BAM doing? It's illegal for me to not use reverb when saying your name, I'm sorry. Okay, we need one more transistor, and then that's the 2 transistors on here. The one I just soldered on is the one for switching the LED that flashes to show MIDI activity. So that's on now. And the other transistor right there, excuse my floppy gloves, they're too big, I'm sorry. The other transistor there is for... Oh no, sorry, that transistor is not for the LED. This transistor is for the LED. This transistor is for switching the pulses out to the MIDI through socket. So MIDI data goes in there and gets sort of electrically isolated via this thing, an opto-isolator or optocoupler. So it's 2 different names for the same thing. And then one out on the output of it, there are basically 3 copies on the output. One of them goes to the Arduino itself. One of them goes to the MIDI output port, so you get another copy of the signal coming out there that you can like daisy chain to other MIDI devices. And the 3rd copy goes to this thingy, which is a timer chip, which extends the pulses to be much longer than a tiny, like a fraction of a millisecond. So that you can actually see the LED on, rather than it looking like super dim short pulses. That's basically everything. This is not in focus. Why is this not in focus? It's a bit better. I will be in focus when I do this one. Let's find this transistor. This breadboard, there's not much left on it right now. There's crap loads of wires still, but there are not many components left on them. Because I've been moving them all over to the circuit board, because this breadboard was the prototype for this circuit board. I sort of made the breadboard do everything I needed it to do, and once it did everything I needed it to do, or as I was making it in fact, I was making this schematic. This is the Arduino, so ignore this part. And then I remade it on the circuit board. And now it's here in a much more like stable, rigid thing. I can do this and it will keep working. Whereas if I do this, so like I accidentally put my finger in here, it's like push up. Uh-oh, I just pulled all these wires out. Where were these wires connected? Who knows? But who cares at this point, because it's gonna be on here now. And I've got the schematic, so it's okay. I can rebuild it if I needed to. Let's hope I never do need to though. It's a screen print a 5.2-inch floppy disk image onto some gloves now to obtain floppy gloves. Oh my god! I like the reverb. Hell yeah! Stream rip right as Yuke said uh-oh. Uh-oh. Again? Erend! Welcome, welcome. Is the stream back now, Nymph? Well, if I'm asking this, well, I'll only hear the answer if it's if it's back. Might just be me? Okay, stream didn't rip for you? Okay, nice. I'm glad. Let's plug this in. So maybe if I get it on screen, that'll be useful. Push those like that, and it should just go in. There it goes! Yeah! Look at it go! Hope the ear is doing alright. Try and push it through to match the length of the other one roughly. I need to look at this closer. A little further. Oh, a little further. That'll do. That'll do, pink. That'll do. So there we go. Two transistors down at the same height off the board roughly. So let's solder on that middle pin to hold it in place. Let me put this here to hold it like that. What if I put there? Is that easier for you to see? Or is that easier for you to see? I guess that's a bit easier. So transistors, so few Tran brothers. Only 2 on this board. Doing pretty good. Feels much later than it is for some reason, but that's okay. It just means I have a lot of time left tonight. For me, it's the opposite. It feels earlier because the clocks just went forward for us right now, so I'm happy to be soldering this, thank you. If you use an orange as a semiconductor, would it be a transistor? Oh my god. Kinda need a smaller soldering iron right now. Or smaller soldering iron bit. I do have one, but I just haven't been bothered to put it on the thing. That is clean as fuck. What the hell? If I do say so myself, just wait until I mess this up now and I have to like get the solder off it. But look at that! That's a clean connection. So it's kind of hard to see there. But just the middle pin. Rain! Hi! Welcome, welcome! We'll return you to your regularly scheduled focus, now. Wait, hold on, there we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, Rain. The gravy is ready. Nice. I'm glad. Since understanding how that in-joke came to be, it's so much funnier. Because I just imagine it being the person in your house or area that was shouting, "The gravy is ready." Serial experiments, Rain. How was stream? Internet, Rain. Intern train. To run? How do I read that accented O? To run? It's ENA, Dream Barbecue time. Okay, you're gonna have to explain. Oh, Subnautica. Okay, there we are. Got it. A little bit, but then probably around somewhere. Welcome, welcome. Hi. I'm currently soldering a circuit board that I made. Oh, this is upside down. Oops. It has a long uke on it. Just for good luck. Is it just me? It feels like this view is getting darker over time. ENA Dream Barbecue for the first... Whoa, is that the name of a game? I had no idea. I see. Do you have fun? Welcome everybody. I'm sorry that I'm 2D right now. This camera would normally be tracking me, but right now it's looking at this board instead. Much to its relief, I'm sure. Okay, I just have to... oh wait, I need to actually cut off the other links. Hold. One. And... this is a little tricky. It's extremely tricky, actually. Screw it, I'm doing it off camera, I'm sorry. It's so much easier off camera. There we are. I'll do the middle one as well. There. Now let's solder them in place. Very LSD Dream emulator inspired. I see. That is a thing I know of. Only 3 YouTube videos, but I'm trying to bridge all the joints this time. That's good. I think that's it. Let's refer the middle one as well. Ah! I think I might have bridged those two on the right. Kinda. I think I can fix that without desoldering braid. Let's just give it a little touch. That's made it worse. Let's give it another touch. That's made it worse. Let's give it another touch. I think it's slowly getting better. That's almost correct now. No, I think I need to use the desoldering braid. The pins are just so close to each other that the surface tension is just pulling the solder between those two, even if I melt it. Definitely recommend checking the ENA YouTube series. Okay. So there's a YouTube series? Oh, there we go. I fixed it. I fixed it without using the desoldering braid. Nice. Let's take a close look at that. This camera being able to focus so close is actually quite useful, almost like a little bit of a microscope. There we are, they are not bridged. I think. Yeah, they look good. Oh, they look good. I don't know if the joints themselves are good, but at least they're not bridged. They're kind of annoyingly small though. Or close is the annoying thing. Hi Luna Dream! Welcome! Love the bubble board, thank you! It's like only 4 vids. Okay. If you're in my Discord server, feel free to like post a link in the media share channel, because I'm gonna be honest, my memory is appalling. And I will have forgotten by the end of the stream. Also, I'll probably be going to bed at the end of the stream. Well, I'll definitely be going to bed at the end of the stream. It's only 5 AM already. Anyway, these are done. Let's do the LEDs. I should maybe have done the LEDs already. Question is, should I resoldering this green LED, which I accidentally connected to 5 volts with no resistor and it somehow didn't die? Yeah, I'm going to. We're running at 1/4 of a milliamp. So I think we'll be fine for a little while longer. Just worried about decreased lifespan, but I'm trying to straighten its legs right now. They're a bit bent from the breadboard. How's that? It's better, I think. It's probably good enough. Most of those are going to be cut off. That green LED has history now. It's impolite to exclude it. True. It's a survivor. Okay, there we go. And that should be okay. So it's going to be a little bit sticking out, which is fine. It's going to go up to obviously the same height as these LEDs when I poke it through from behind. Now I just need the pink LED, which is on the breadboard as well, although no longer. Ha! I just pulled it off. You know what? I haven't joined it, but I should. Feel free to. There's no pressure, of course. That wasn't meant to be like a guilt trip into making a join. There's a pink LED. Ta-da! Very, very pink. Very magenta. Very blue with red phosphor, I think. Can phosphor only decrease the wavelength of light? In which case it would have to be blue, right? The phosphor then changes to red, re-emits as red. I feel like someone here would be scientifically inclined in that way. Hi Yamana, welcome! I joined because my brain said yes. Oh hell yeah, thank you. Also, welcome. I'll give you a proper welcome in a minute. Or not in a minute, but at the end of the stream. Okay, there it is. There's the pink one. Pink LED poking its head through, and the green LED is right there. Let's flip it over and solder those. Sorry, I just bonked the camera. I can bonk the camera now as well, not just the mic. My bonking power knows no bounds. There, that makes it about the right height. I'll just poke this through from behind. I just dropped a couple of legs on there by mistake. But yeah, I'm sorting up this board that I made. It's finally arrived. It arrived on Friday. And I was getting tired of not having the energy to do it. I was getting tired of being tired. So now I'm doing it, even at a weird time of day. Thank you for the pats, Pretty sure it can only be longer wavelengths based on how phosphor absorbs and emits. Okay, so it would be blue and then red. My approximate knowledge says maybe. High wavelengths or higher energy? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. That makes sense that it'll be blue, but then it re-emits as red. It's like the fluorescent, like highlighters, isn't it? For fluorescent paint and stuff. That works by taking like ultraviolet, right? Then re-emitting it at visible wavelengths. I don't remember much. Is that a board to put in? Yes, it's the board. Yes, it's gonna go on top of an Arduino Mega. Soon I'll be soldering the pins on to connect to the Arduino Mega, and then we can actually really have it sitting on the Arduino Mega. That's when it's gonna feel like a real Arduino shield, I think. I can't really see what I just soldered. Let me have a look up close. This green one looks okay. I want to just straighten it a little bit. Ironic coming from me, ha 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 ha. This pink one is massively off. It's like needs a push through from the back. I'm gonna do this off here, sorry. Also, hi Rainy Day. You can also get aftermarket ESP32 boards with the same footprint. Oh, that's pretty cool. How would that even work for like compatibility there? Can't even imagine how that would work, because like it's all so different. Like maybe I'll fix this off stream. Actually no, I'm gonna fix it now. I have to remove gloves though. You can use regular tool chains. I know you can use regular tool chains, or at least the Arduino IDE to program sorry, I'm trying to focus on this, straightening this LED. One sec. Having trouble getting this to move. Ah, there we go. Almost. Anyway. Maybe? Almost. It did move, but not quite far. There we go. Now it's straight. Okay. There we go. It's kind of a little bit tilted, but it's a lot better than it was. Still looks a little not quite straight, doesn't it? Let me just try to push it the tiniest bit further. Actually, no, from this angle, yeah. No, from this angle.
Yes.
Why? Oh, have a nice sleeping down. You're gonna lay down and rest some. Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much for for the rain, hanging out a little bit. Have some rest. Have some well-earned rest. Okay, there we are. Nice. LEDs are done. I'll just give them some snip cheese for attention. I understand. Thank you, thank you. I don't like when I miss people in the chat. I'm gonna scroll up and see. The only real...
You know.
The only gotcha I foresee with the SP32 and Arduino form factor is many pins are special. Yes, yes indeed. Aww! Oh, hold on. There's a soldering iron I want to buy, but it's almost 1k USD from AliExpress. Why? I got the soldering iron that recharges when you put on the base and uses supercapacitors. Why? That's like such a... It's a crazy price for a thing that just feels like a kind of a gimmick anyway, because like, don't you get battery operated soldering irons already with like a LiPo battery? I'm actually not sure. Genuine question. Oops. Anything that can excite electrons to the higher state will work. It's just particularly good at absorbing photons. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Everything I find seems to imply the phosphor gets all the energy at once and then decays through a sequence of smaller transitions, longer wavelengths. The other important thing to remember is that you don't need to use light, like the electron beam in CRTs. Oh yeah, true. Back in France and now I can throw real French cheese. Thank you for the pats, Yamana. I wonder if the pine cell is good. Pine 64 soldering iron. Pine cell does sound like a silly pun. So I approve. Okay, let's cut these now. I'm going to reflow the solder on them. There we go. Okay. At this point, we should be able to connect 5 volts and see this LED turn on, which is kind of nice. But if I just solder 2 more components, or 3 more components, we actually should have everything done. Let's see, so this capacitor here is 103, and I think occasionally what is that? What is that? I still can't in my head work out how to... Wait, it's measured in... So it's 10 and 3 zeros, but like what was it measuring in? I don't remember. Microfarads? No, it can't be microfarads. Nanofarads? So thankfully I have this. Code to value 103th, funnily enough, was the example. 10 nanofarads. Okay. Anyway, that's this one right here. I think. And there are 2 other ones. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. That works out with the schematic. Let's shove that in the holes. The pins closer together again. That was amazingly easy to get them closer together again, which is nice. And shove those in there. These holes are quite wide for this component. They don't need to be that wide. I'll just let that fall through from the other side and solder it from behind. But I'll do all capacitors at the same time. So let's grab this one as well. There it is. This one is 1 microfarad. So that goes in there. And then the other one microfarad is here on the board, the breadboard. Let me just give it a yoink. Oh, this one's got its legs spread wide. Yeesh. Let me try and push those together a bit. Not too much. Something like that. Kind of just said flat as well, just for neatness. So. Not flat to the board, but like an even length of leg on either side. Just straight put in front of the camera. There we go. Alright, that's the capacitors. All the orange ones. Of different shades. Move the legs out of the way. And let's solder these in. And then I think it's entirely just connectors that need soldering. I almost fell through fully, I think they didn't. Let me just rotate that around. I bend the legs so that they don't fall out. Oh, never mind, one of them did fall out. Hold on. Get back in. We're not done with you yet. Get in and stay in. Guess I need to bend the legs in opposite directions, otherwise it's just gonna fall out easily. There we go. Now they stay in. I'll put that there, and I'll prop this up with pliers a bit. Just doing this to make sure they're like roughly equally. If they all move, then like they're touching the desk, so they're all the same height. Roughly. Alright, soldering time. Capacitor and resistor at Tanagra. Their legs spread wide. Wait, what? Wait, what? Imagine if 5V hardware works as ESP32 is 3V, 3 logic, you need level shifters. Yeah, it's so annoying. The difference between 5V and 3.3V. Sounds like one of those phrases from Star Trek episode Darmok. What the hell is an episode? Just like episodes have names? 1.7V? I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about that. I refuse to believe that exists. Is that what CPUs run at? Like desktop CPUs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This one's annoying from this angle. Okay. That should do. How they look on the other side? 2 out of 3 are good. These 2 are good. This one is all tilted. It's not gonna be able to capacitate properly at all. Totally not stealing a joke from Electro Boom recently. There we are. It's a bit better. It's not great actually, let me push it a bit further in. Okay. I think that'll work. All the charge will fall off the shelf. I'm gonna have a little bit of nyan juice. Hashtag not sponsored. Hi, Faffin. Oh my goodness, that's so fizzy. Wait, hang on, did I miss your hydration, Stu? Before? Well, that one's for you then. I'm gonna stretch again. Okay, let's give these a snip. Or 6. And them to easily snippable positions first. Oh, it's got a fun noise. It's like a high piano note. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one was cut a bit too flush. I mean, it'll be fine, I'll reflow it. 5 and 6. Ta-da! Looks terrible. Now let's reflow it to make it look nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what's the other one? There. It looks so bad I can't even see where it is. In other words, it looks fine. I'll have to watch your VOD later do here. I keep on missing them. I know you were trying to do it earlier, but unfortunately the clock's been forward for us today, so like an hour of your earliness went down the drain, unfortunately. Anyway, there we are. Nice neat capacitors. I have to see what singular question you got through today. Mwahaha. Thank you for the pants, Yamana. Would like to hang out longer, but time for bed. Adios, Yukia, you cute red cat. No! Hope you managed to get some nice rest. Made brownies, Faf? Didn't have any baking powder, but it turned out mostly okay. Nice! A mother in AR who had to kill her. What? What? Made brownies. Wait, huh? I'm so confused. I saw the starter do his stream, went to eat, and it was over. Yeah, there really are like stealth fast streams. I'm so happy about this reset button. Maybe it'll even work. I did verify how the reset thing works on the Arduino, and I don't need to cut any trace to make it work, which is really nice. Wait, where is it? Oh, there. So there's like a bridging area there. Like a solder jumper. That I think is connected, and you can cut it. I think it's connected right now with a tiny little trace, and you can cut it with a knife. But you don't need to, because how the reset thing works is it's internally pulled high. When you press the reset button, there. Oh my god, that made me jump at the sound of this scraping. When you press this reset button, it pulls that pin down to ground. So it's being weakly pulled high there. And the reset pin, so that what's actually being pulled high is a reset pin on the microcontroller. And when you press this, it pulls that pin low. And the reset pin is connected to this reset pin that's, you know, broken out here. So all you need to do is pull this to ground, and it will reset the Arduino as well. You don't need to cut that trace. I was a bit worried when I saw that trace, and I thought I'd need to do that, but I don't. I manually connected this to ground, and it just reset like normal. So I made my reset button just pull it to ground. So hopefully that works. Mourning the goof. Wait, what? There's a meme about that? You need to instain. You need to do way instain mother. Begin by searching how is Babby formed. I might pass. It's a meme from a Yahoo Answers post with a bunch of spelling and grammar errors. Oh, is that where all the mispronunciations of pregnant come from? That was so funny. Some of those are so funny. Anyway, alright, what's the next smallest one? I think the next smallest one is this 5-volt supply here. Pregnant. Purginant. Purgent? Purgant? Pregnant? Oh, it's Yahoo Answers as well! Amazing! Pregnant. They make the tastiest sausage rolls there, I hear. I hear Freb loves them. Fix it, Freb. Alright, just having a think. No, it shouldn't matter at all what I solder next on this side. Well, actually, I don't want to solder these big things yet, because I do want to solder these pins first. You know what? Let's solder on this next. This little connector there. Let's do that. That's gonna go right here. A little something like that. I reckon. I'm actually gonna unscrew this first, because these often are stupidly tightly screwed on in how they're shipped. So I like to unscrew them a little bit first, because I'm never going to screw them up that tightly. And so now like you can screw it and unscrew it fairly easily. That way I don't put all the stress on the board and the solder joint. So now I can just solder that on. This might be easier said than done to rotate this with this flipping glove, the clown glove. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna hold it from the back like that. Perfect. I am truly sorry for your lots. Wait, is that one as well? Okay, I am gonna use more solder for this. It's not really sitting flat, is it? That's a bit more flat. Come on, how flat can I make it? Oh my god, maybe I should just put this on the top. Perfect. Because there's going to be some stress here as I'm connecting, like some physical stress, mechanical stress on these pins. We'll do that. That. Nice big fat blobs of solder. There we are. Pretty good. Nice, that's sitting very flat. Hell yeah. 2.54mm is a standard, yeah. 1/10 inch, is that 2.54? I actually don't know. 2.54mm is the spacing between these pins. The inner ones. That is very standard. Thankfully, it means I didn't need to buy any new pin headers. I've heard that there are like imperial measurement sizes for SMD sizes as well. Like was it 08, 02 or something? I'm still not familiar with the sizes. That's a metric one, but then there are also imperial ones. Screwdrivers aren't standard 1/10 inch spacing. I found this out the hard way, trying to attach a screwdriver to a printed board. Some of them are. This one, I'm not sure what these ones are. It's different to these ones though. These are different spacing. Again, these ones are going to be for screw terminals as well. These are slightly further apart, I think, than these ones. I think these might be 3.84 millimeters, and that might be the 5 millimeters. Or 5.08. There's a sharp thing on the other side of that board. It went through my glove and in my finger. Okay, I'm gonna do these pins now. I don't want to put these big ones on yet. I'm gonna put these pins on from the other side. Yeah, because the pins are gonna be on the inside. Okay, it's time for the pin headers. Finally. Okay. That should be enough. What is it, like 52 pins or something? It was 52 IO, isn't it? So then you've got the additional ones which are not IO. Ground and reset and 5 volts and all that stuff. Okay. Here's on. I don't know what it is. Something about this reminds me of like a train set. My dad used to have a train set. He had one that he made. Something about this. I don't know what it is. I can't quite remember what it is about this. Oh, maybe it's the fact that there's like a plastic thing and then there used to be rails going down the side, like straight lines in this direction. Something about this just brings back an old memory of the train set. Nice memories though. Okay. So I need to cut this there. And then this will be soldered through, not on this side, but on the other side. Let's cut off another set. There. And I need to cut there. Nice. I actually got 2 cut where I wanted to. Earlier on, when I was trying to snap by hand without these gloves. Yes, when I say earlier on, I mean a different day I tried and I snapped them in the wrong positions, which is annoying. Okay, now I need a bunch of ones which are 8 pins long. We need quite a few actually. Probably the track. Oh, I know what it was! It's like the opposite of this. It used to be like, it used to be where's the paint? It used to be that there were like black lines like this. No, sorry. It used to be that there were rails like this. And then that there were black lines going along like that. That's what it was. So it's like almost the opposite. Well, you've still got the metal on the outside and the plastic in the middle, but the orientations are flipped, but it was close enough to remind me. Could you imagine how much simpler the world might be if that shipment of metric do thingies, I thought the clothings at first, made it to the US in the 1700s? I don't know. Probably. I don't know, my imagination's quite bad. I don't know if I can imagine it. Okay. I'm gonna do a little snip right there. These just fired themselves halfway across my desk. Please return from whence you came, which is here. Let's cut this there. Okay, so that's 8 there. We also need 8 there. We'll need 8 there. Okay, so I need another one. And then over on this side we'll need 8 there. 8 there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. Unfortunately there are only 4 in this off-cut thingy. Okay. Thank you for them pants, Christ! Hi, Christ. Okay, so we need... I'm hoping these are going to be much faster to solder than all the other stuff. Because they just sit in position and then I can just solder them all in one swift array. Okay, that's 3 lots of 8. I need 5 lots of 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's not enough here on the end, I think. But it's 7. Nice. It's 7. So I can just cut one of that and then use that for the one where I need 6. That's just simple maths. You're getting slightly delirious. Okay, that's that. Nice. So, that is 4 lots of 8. We just need one last one, which is the 5th. This is the most of these pins I've ever used, and I still have plenty left. And let's just take one more. This is our 5th string of 8. And we'll cut that right there. And that's it. Ah! Help! My glove! My glove is stuck! Man, this made that messy. I'm gonna have to get new gloves. Holy, it's gonna end up like the Dan from the Slow-Mo Guys lab coat, but it's gonna be my white gloves in just as terrible a state. It's gonna be like a history of the past electronics projects. Ah! Sweet Pookie, no you! NIMBY stubbornness, blah blah. You should have said 5 pieces of 8 to maximize your pirate potential. I didn't get it, I'm sorry. What should we do? Why are you jailing me? Okay. So these need to be on this side. So let's poke some through on this side then, because this is going to sit down on the Arduino this way around. Oh, you know what? If I just plug this into the Arduino, then we can just sit it on top. That might be useful. I hope the heat doesn't travel down and like mess with the Arduino's connections, but if I just... Oh my god. Strapping my glove. I'm gonna do this off stream. Actually, no, I'm not. I think I can do this on stream. Just dropping it down off the desk. I found it now. So if I just plug this here, right? In there. Oh, sorry. Not that way. This way. Then we should just be able to solder, right? The GL symbolizes the wire cutter that caught your glove. Oh. I see. If this works, I'm going to be really happy. We'll also get to see if it lines up properly. Spoiler, I've already tested it does. Oh, I cut one too many. That's why I ended up with something that was 7 long instead of 8 long. So if I just hadn't cut it, so they are measured, they are like some multiple of 8 long, then probably 40, right? So yeah, I actually cut one too long, so... Off you go. And then... plug you in there. I don't like that I keep flipping the board like that. I'm worried I'm gonna bend the pins. Let's just hold it down while I do it. Nice. And a little row of 6 at the end. There it is. And now our 2 long rows of something. Some number, I'm not sure how many. There's one. And here's the other. This is kind of exciting, this part. Please don't trap my glove. Ah, I've trapped my glove. Okay. Making sure there's not white fluff left. And making sure they're all pressed down fully. There we go. We now have an Arduino with pin headers plugged in. Now, we should just be able to slot this on top. Somewhere around there. Wait, is that it? Not quite. Oh. How are we doing this? How are we doing this? I checked this before and it did fit. There we go, there we go. Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful. Look at that. Oh, you can barely see it because it's so dark and out of focus, but look, there it is. It's sitting on the board. Ah, turns out the Arduino, official Arduino measurements for where all the pins go are correct. Nice. This feels like one really nice chunky sandwich of a board now. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. But now, to solder it in place. Thank you for the claps. By the way, I was so close to this not... I uploaded a photo to my server and I'm not sure if it really got across just how close this board is to touching this USB socket. I've kind of forgot about the fact that the USB socket is really tall. And it's very, very, very nearly touching. Very nearly. Stupidly close. Like less than a millimeter. Like it is too close until you put the pin headers on, and then there's the little plastic strip that goes along there is what saves it. Pray for some Kapton tape there if there are any pads that might show up. There are not, thankfully. The bits where the soldering goes are off to the side a little bit. They're not too close. Let me just... There you go, can you see? Ah! Okay, they're not too close. Thankfully. Okay. Do you reckon it's worth saving these single pins? I probably should, yeah, I probably should. Can foresee a time where I might need a single pin. 2 would usually be what I'd consider to be the minimum likely to be used though, you know, for like a power connector. Alright, time to... Okay, never mind, time to hydrate. And posture check. You thought I picked up a spider? What the fuck? When? Sure as fuck hope not. Sheesh, small pin in my glove? Oh! That'd be really tiny spider then. Thank you, Stu. Okay, it is time to do this soldering. This, I think, is gonna be fun and fast, so let's do it. Let's make sure the stuff's gonna be in focus first. I'm kinda gonna wanna do this all in one go. I think my focus will be alright for some of the pins at least. Okay. I need to rotate this bit slightly with how my glove is. I don't have grip, like much grip on the iron as I'm holding it. So I need to be rotated correctly because I can't really rotate it. My fingers. Okay, that'll do. With some swearing in between. Just a little. Okay, here we go. Still not rotated enough. What the? Is that better? Yes. Knees? I should do that. Should do that. Oh, there is some heat being sunk. I cannot do these that quickly actually because the Arduino thingy is sinking some heat away from this since the pins are in the sockets. Oh, I'll have to do it more slowly then. This is a bit annoying, actually. I hope I don't melt the plastic. Maybe I should, like, space apart how I'm doing the soldering. Like, do every other pin to avoid the plastic getting too hot. And then come back and finish it off. I could also bring the mic a bit closer, since I'm going to be down here for a while. I'm surprised by how much this is sinking the heat away. Solder is taking a little while to melt. Or to stick. There we go. At times like this, I wish I could be reading the chat while I'm doing this. Cause I kinda need to keep my eyes on this. This isn't more, well, I'm getting better actually. And the first ones are kinda messy. Cause I didn't realize that so much heat was gonna be sunk away. Sunk away. Maybe I should have done TTS on for this. Every time the headers are melted too badly. Oh my god, don't say that. Oh. I'm gonna have a look now. I'm scared. Oh, that would be tragic, wouldn't it? It looks okay. Oh, this Arduino board is warm, huh? Yeah, that's where the heat's going. But yeah, hopefully, because they're all plugged in, they're gonna, if they do get slightly melty, they're all gonna like hold their shape, right? Because everything's in the correct position. Do you know what I mean? So hopefully, if they do get melty, also the fact that I can lift this up now, because those pins are holding the board on, is very cool. I thought I had a good idea about keeping this plugged in while I was doing it, but now I'm having my doubts. I'm getting scared. Scared. That's me trying to do the long uke voice. I haven't done it for a while. No scaring of the long uke, please. I'm gonna turn on TTS for every message. Boop, done. Hi, Lotus.
Wait, are you soldering them while they're plugged into the Arduino?
I am. Won't that melt the pins?
Won't that melt the pins?
No long uke scaring, please.
I don't know, will it? Let's find
I
out.
think the soldering is a task for evil uke.
Let's see if it will. I'm gonna try to pull it out and see if it looks okay.
What? Okay, that scared me. I wasn't expecting my voice to be changed for some reason. Trying to pull it out. No, it's coming out okay. It's coming out okay. That's fine. Looks fine. Looks like it's working fine. I think it's okay. It hasn't melted the solder here. These are
Would it melt it any more than it would melt the plastic strip on the pins themselves? They're not super heat conductive. Last time I tried it melted the plastic. Just soldering 2 pins on each header and then unplugging the board is probably the safest, but I don't want to keep suggesting it lol.
Soldering the 2 pins on each header.
Unplugging the board. 2 pins on each header and then unplugging. Wait, unplugging and then replugging? Yeah, you know, maybe I will just do like 1 pin from each row. But yeah, the solder on here doesn't look like it's melted at all. So everything
2
seems
pins to and make sneeze.
everything else seems to be holding its shape correctly. I don't know. seems to be working currently. I'll just try to not go overboard and also be as quick as I can without, you know, making the joints not actually be joints. What is up with the focus? I thought I made it closer. Have I made it too much closer? Oh god, okay, yeah, we can either have the ones at the near end in focus, or the ones at the far end in focus, or the ones in the middle in focus. Take your pick, so many choices with this webcam. How's the Lotus doing? Yeah, I'm gonna spread them a bit further apart. And then come back to it. Things I'm gonna forget to solder one of these in now because I'm not doing them in like a super ordered way anymore. Seems to be working okay though. I'm quite worried about the ones down this side though. Now. Wasn't. But now I am. The other side works just fine though, from what I can see so far. Have a nice look, Faf. Have a nice look. Filling in the gaps now. So far, so good. Oh, I see what you mean about just soldering in two and then soldering the rest while it's unplugged because it's going to stay in the right position. I see what you mean now. Okay, I didn't understand what you meant before. Okay, that's a good idea. I see what you mean now. I just got it, but my brain is slow, okay? Alright, I'll just tack on a few of these, then I'll make sure this is in properly, because for some reason these pins look like they're not as far out as the other ones.
Getting there eventually is better than never.
Yeah. This will probably make it easier to solder as well then, because the heat won't be being synced away anymore. Synchronized away. No, that's not what it stands for. That will do. Did I do this one? I don't think I did. There we are. Okay, let's wait a few seconds before I pull this off. And let me just have a close look at this. Oh, these are ugly as fuck, these joints. Okay, let's pull it out, and hopefully just those 2 or 4 pins there that have been soldered will hold. And it's always hard to pull off a shield from an Arduino Mega because there are so many pins. The friction is so high, and it's quite scary when you haven't finished soldering most of the pins in. I gotta say, it's kind of scary. I'm gonna solder the middle ones in as well.
Soldering some extras on the long ones is smart.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Should be fine.
Tip for the future might be to avoid tacking ground pins since they sink so much heat.
Ah. Okay, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to separate this. It's coming off. I really don't want to snap this board though. I don't want to snap either of the boards. At least I could buy a new Arduino. Well, I can still... I've got 4 other boards as well, so... And I've got enough components as well, to be honest, so... I just don't want to have to resolder everything. But there is enough spare to make at least one other full board. I think I've got enough header pins. Now I'm slightly curious, uncertain whether I have enough header pins. And I'm just slowly coming off. This is something that I have to just like ease off. Okay, there we are. One side is off. Now it's just the side with those double row of pins. Of course, which is where it's sticking. Okay, there we are. It's off. Nice. Arduino looks fine. First glance. And this also looks great. So let's just continue soldering like this. Just making sure the pins are all pushed in. Yeah, they are. Alright, let's do it. Time to burn loads of little holes in this. Let's do it.
I was mostly worried about the zip headers melting, to be honest. I'm glad we avoided that law.
Alright, but you can try her best. Oh my goodness.
Honest.
Ah, you won the machine learning gotcha that time. It's still a bit of an H, but at least it was honest rather than the honest.
Honest the thing he's honest.
Exactly, that's exactly what you wrote. Well, wouldn't have expected that to mess up that badly. Secretly, I often hope that she does when there's lots of weird percussion.
She just kept going.
Not percussion, punctuation. Yeah. She knew that you wanted to make a silly sentence, so she's like, let's crank this up to 11. Let's clean these ones up as well. Now that there's not something draining all the heat.
Collaborative goofing.
Yeah. We do a little goofing around here. Sometimes. I'm trying not to goof.
Did we get yuked?
We did. A little yuked. Just a little bit. These pins are looking kind of sharp. The points, the top of the solder joints. Not really sure I like that. Anyway, let's do the rest of this side. Heaven forbid, let's maybe even do it while it's in focus. Ah, who could imagine? Barely me. Did I do all these? Looks like I've done all these.
I made my DOS thing handle signal so it restores the V on Cal plus C and other stuff.
Made my DOS thing handle signal so it restores the VGA on Control C. Oh, that's nice! Like an interrupt handler? Is that how you do it? Is the Control C an interrupt?
Signal handler.
What is a signal though? Okay, let's see if it's faster to do the soldering now. Yes.
T.
Tea. I had some tea just before I started streaming.
Signal handler man.
Handle my signal. We are nearly half done with this long strip of 2 strips. That's not. I didn't really plan how that sentence was gonna go. This long strip of 2 strips. Why is the focus so weird right now? Oh, that's better. Wait, do I just need to... Oh, can I just... Ah. When I tilted the camera up, I must not have...
I guess interrupts might be a way of implementing them. Cl plus C since a sigil there are others, like sigil for illegal instruction, and zigzag for
Segmentation fault, etc. Why did she just stop? I didn't think that was that long a message. Maybe she won't read really long messages when I have TTS on every message. Also, I always read that as sigil as well, the way she said it. I guess it's sig illegal something.
segmentation fault segfaulted the Roboyuk. Roboyuk got a segmentation fault.
Nice. Couple of same brain cells out there. Unfortunately, I was not one of the ones sharing that brain cell.
Same Q transistor.
Q transistor? Or CPU transistor?
Same microgrid.
Makes sense that the same... Well, you said transistor. I guess an instruction is far more high level than a transistor. Don't really get any more low level than a transistor, so... Well, I guess when you're going down to electrons and stuff. Alright, almost done. Almost done. And then we only have the really big things left to solder. That's it. Holy crap. That is it. These are soldered. Wow, okay. So look from this side. I want to do this to feel the warmth. There's actually not that much warmth. Oh, there is on this side, which is the one I ended up on. Wow, okay, so now we just need these. And these. So let's do these ones first, because they're the smaller ones. Okay, I actually have to dig around in that box, the bag in the box again. Why does it sound a little bit like the man in the moon? Bring these little unused headers back in the bag. Noish. This is so much stuff I have to clear up. It's nearly 6 AM as well. I still have to eat. This is gonna be a really late sleep. I mean, I've been going to sleep super
I'm
late.
so ready for the IPA and toothbrush.
Huh? IPA and toothbrush? Oh, I'm not gonna be doing that today. I am not gonna be doing that today. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta like tidy all this crap up off my desk. I don't need it on there for the... Okay, these are the bigger part. I think I do need it on there for the cleaning up. LEDs. More LEDs. Other things. Ah, here we are.
I just made the signals call exit and had my cleanup function registered with its exit.
Registered. Hang on a second, I'm gonna need one of those smaller thingies as well. Made the signals call exit and had my cleanup function registered with at exit. Oh, okay. There's like an automatic way to be doing that. Interesting. At exit. Okay, so we're gonna need another one of those. 2 ones for that. And the rest are fours. Okay, let's get those out. So Well, I accidentally tipped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, actually, I don't have enough of those 4 thingies for making a second board. Wait, do I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, I do actually have enough. I do have enough spare to make one more board. Okay, so I'll need to put that there. And 4s. Oh, hang on, wait. I have to show a really cool thing about these. Okay, look at this. So these all need to go in one row, right? Watch this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with gloves on, probably not. Let me just push up the excess slack of the gloves. For the best chance. Here's one. Here's another. And let me just do a thing. Okay, look. Here there are grooves, notched out, notches, and here there are... There's a female and a male connector. And if I do this... Ta-da! They're connected! Seamlessly! It's so satisfying! These two are stuck together in an interesting way. We do the same there.
A fusion dance.
A fusion dance. And the really nice thing is, well, I mean, this is already a really nice thing. Actually, there are going to be 3 really nice things. So this is the first really nice thing. This one's not going in. Well, get in. There we are. Those ones.
Feels a bit like the 20 plus 4-pin ATX power connector and some others.
Yeah, kind of is. This 2 one also fits onto the 4 one. So you can make up unusual pin counts. Hang on, there's only connected on one side. Might be able to push it in. No, I can't. Let's try again. There we are. That's the second nice thing. So we've got a row of 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18 connectors.
Lego needs to put that on the sides of the bricks.
Oh, that'd be kind of annoying if you're trying to just add something next to the current tower though. It would make it more strong though. And then the final nice thing is, all going well, all being well. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, I need another 4 on the other end. Hold on. Did I put them away already? No, here they are. Okay, in that case I do not have enough spare. I only have 4 left in here, so I wouldn't be able to make up another board. So let's try not to destroy this board. If I haven't already. Okay. Almost. Yeah. I snapped them off another one. Help. Yeah, it's easier to do from only one side. Otherwise, when you're gripping it, if you're not careful, you're gonna snap them apart. They're much easier to take apart than they are to... What the fuck have I done? Oh. They're much easier to take apart than they are to put together. Okay, there we are. Ta-da! We have a row of 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 22. And now, hopefully, all being well, they will just slot into here. How satisfying is that? How satisfying is that? It just works. The tolerances are like perfect something. Okay. This is the last thing I need to solder then, in order to have a complete board. I can't quite believe I'm saying that. I can't quite believe I got through this entire thing. This one stream. Originally I thought it was going to be easy to do so, and then I noticed how long it was taking. Okay. Street2123, welcome, welcome. I'll lift the board like this. How's that? Yes, that works nicely. Wah! Thank you for the follow, Subiyoshi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. I'm gonna slide this properly interview. Not interview, but interview. Oops. How's the focus? Gotta have this last row in focus nicely. I think that's the best I can get. Let's do it.
You got any tacky but a uke? If not, I recommend grabbing some for holding components in place to solder.
Oh, like blue tack or something? I guess I should probably, yeah, that would be useful, huh? There's a brand name over here, I don't know if it exists.
Yeah.
I should probably, that's actually a really good idea. These connections I want to make quite, like, I want to put quite a lot of solder on these to make them physically strong. Mechanically strong. I'm gonna put my finger here, which might get in the way of the view for a sec, but I just want to make sure the board is pressed down while I do the end ones. Nice. And I'll do the same over here. Actually, once I've done this, I don't really care about having the screwdriver there. That was to try to level the board. Yeah, that would be a good idea actually for holding things in place. These are so satisfying. The connections where you need to push on, or you can push on a whole bunch of solder. Those ones are so satisfying to do. It just eats your solder up, just like you just keep pushing. Let me see if I can get this, my fingers in view so you can see how I do the pushing into it, how much it takes. Like that. That might be slightly excessive. That is slightly excessive. I might remove a bit of that later. I think the square ones take more. Have I messed up the focus a bit? I can't even tell. Who knows? Who knows? I've been looking into, I can't remember if I said this on the, no, I think this is the first stream I've done since I was looking into them, but I was recently looking into, very, very recently, like just last night and the one before, I was starting to look into GoPros. Because, they seem to be the only camera like of its kind that like by of its kind I mean like its form factor and its rough price, like the price range, that can record at a pretty high frame rate continuously. It can do 240 FPS. By the way, this is hashtag not sponsored and I haven't even spent any goddamn money yet, but it kind of interests me a little bit. I don't know if I can justify the price, but the reason I bring it up is because as a secondary, I kind of wanted to like try to record some fairly high frame rate stuff. Not crazily high, but you know, above 60. And as a side effect, if I had one, I can use it as a webcam. So I would be able to use the GoPro with a much wider field of view, being able to see all of this stuff.
Action cameras might overheat in an hour or so in this kind of use case.
Really? Even if I'm running it at just like not 240 FPS, even just at 60 and 1080? Because, yeah, because I'd be able to be using it as a webcam with a wide field of view to see this, while this camera it tracks my face and stuff like usual in 3D. I hoped that that how hot it got would be related to like.
Though at 1080/60 you might get away with it. You'd want to ask someone who has one, I guess.
Yeah, it is kind of sad how they seem to just be engineered to overheat. Like that's just a thing that they accept. It is kind of crazy to me that they. Man, that really did snip through the tip of my finger when I accidentally... not the finger, sorry. The glove. Not my finger, the finger of the glove. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Because any other thing, like you really wouldn't want it to overheat at all, right? That's the last thing you'd want to happen. Aside from like breaking fully, I guess.
They're kind of designed to have it constantly flowing over the case, you know? Like during sports use.
Yeah. I was researching a bunch. It seems they've improved this a bunch with the 12 over the 11. A bunch of people have done like overheating tests, timed overheating tests, and with like on the 11 they tended to overheat between like 20 to 30 minutes stationary, and the 12 went over an hour, which is kind of nice. But I could always just attach a little fan to the back of it, like I have tiny fans. I don't know if that'd be enough though. Anyway, look! Oh, hold on, we've still got these. Wow, this is starting to look like a real shield. What the hell? What the hell? Let's solder these. The MIDI jacks. The fun things. The things that make this a MIDI shield.
You made this.
I did! So here's my little bag of this would actually like be properly in view if I had like the nice wide field of view of the GoPro now. Anyway. This yeah, here we are. The MIDI sockets. The thing I'm most proud of is making the footprint for these. Because earlier I discovered that this kind of perfectly fits. Watch this. It just sits right on. Like there's not even any wiggling needed. Well, there is now because I didn't line up properly. But how beautiful is that? All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pins, including like, and these are like pins that are wider on this side, and these are pins that are wider on this side. So I used like the oval holes there. Ah. How satisfying is that? Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm gonna flip this all over and solder, and then hopefully you'll be able to see it better once I can.
Strange noises.
Once I can solder it in place. Strange noises. Hi, what's up? I'm just pleased, all right. I'm just expressing my pleasure. Is this going to set flat at all? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, how is best to do this?
Appropriate noises.
Thank you. I would agree. Right, I'm just gonna solder on the front. Actually, I think this is okay. I think it is pretty flat. Yeah, I think this is flat now, sitting properly flat. Yeah, that seems to be sitting flat. Okay, but I'll do the corner pins first. These ones also need quite a bit of solder just because these are mechanical stress bearing pins. These are the ones that will need the most because these, you're designed to be plugging and unplugging MIDI cables from these. Whereas with the other ones, like with the screw terminals over on the other side, you don't have to put any stress on them to pull the cable out, and you're not going to be doing that most of the time because Well, it's just going to be connected to the display mostly. Anyway, they're connected enough now for me to be able to hold this up and... Oh my god, you really can't see shit. Okay, hold on. Ta-da! It's pretty satisfying. It's not actually soldered yet, so I should probably finish the soldering and then do a proper showing off. Okay, let's do that. Wow, we're back at Android again. This is what I started the stream with, and now I'm finishing the board with this, with Android again. On the music.
We love a summer Drew Wood.
How poetic. We love a what? Some Android, we do, yes. I thought you said we love a summer Drew, a summer something. Well, not you. It's quite
It's been a long stream. Is it bright outside already? We love a summer druid.
It sounded the same. It is not fully dark anymore. Let's just say that. Because the clocks went forward, it's darker in the morning again. Unfortunately, it's much lighter in the evening now. Okay. 3 pins left. This is the final 3 pins on the board.
Abolished on Blight Stupid Time.
Yeah. I wish we'd get rid of it as well. Unless I've forgotten something, this is the second last pin. And that's the last one. That should be it. I realize I've used quite an excessive amount of solder on those pins, but I really want them to be properly structurally sound. Well, I'm hesitant to say it, but this might actually be done. Behold, the MIDI LED display interface. Arduino.
Short check on /G&D and then celebrate.
Yeah, I'll do that. And then I'll connect power to the 5 volts as well, just to see the power LED come on. And then I'll connect the MIDI cable as well, and we'll see if it flashes. The thing I'm the most worried about... No, I'm just showing this off. The money shots. Perfect music for it as well. Okay, so the thing I'm the most worried about is that I will have got the...
Andrew's carrying the vibe right now.
It really is. The thing I'm most worried about is that these 2 pins, which between them make the circuit for the MIDI data, are gonna have been... I'm gonna have connected them the wrong way around in the circuit. That's what I'm most worried about. And then secondarily, I think I wonder if I would have done the same on the MIDI through. But that's less critical because, like, whatever, I just... At least the board will still work even if the MIDI output here doesn't work. Okay, let's, as you said, make sure...
Very budgeable.
Yes, actually, because it's all through. On this one, yes. On this side, sorry, on the input side, I guess it is budgeable. Actually, the pins like break out here on the back. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Okay, that's very budgeable then. The pins are like exposed on the back there. That's metal. It's really hard to get it to reflect. There we go. Okay, let's do a quick check to make sure the power... What is happening with the suitableness of the music changes right now? It's like I just started a new chapter and the music changed. Okay, it is now time to measure the resistance across there because I don't want to do a continuity check because I don't want to wake people up. Actually, screw it, I'm going to do a continuity check. I have this much. If
When regular cats running all over the house at night, you could soldering Arduino shells.
True. How can she say Arduino correctly? Hi, Yoxilzak. This will be my punishment if there is continuity between these two pins. Actually, I'm going to put it between the things on the back in case the screws are not making contact. Oh, yes. I'm seeing a measurement from the capacitors, I guess, or something, but it is not a short. Nice, very nice. Okay, let's oh, you know what, I should just be able to plug it onto the Arduino and the Arduino will power through that USB thing. Oh, I hope it won't be a problem because the 5 volts of the Arduino, which comes from the computer power supply over USB, will be directly connected in parallel with the 5 volts from the like dedicated high current power supply. I guess just one of the regulators will take ownership then, like take charge, right? The 5 volt supply in the computer will just kind of do nothing if the voltage in the regulated one is slightly higher voltage. Otherwise, if the...
As long as the grounds are connected, it should be fine.
They really should be connected. And if the computer is outputting slightly higher voltage, it's gonna do everything in the other... Oh, look at that! The LED came on! Fuck yes! That's so cool! Dude! That's so cool. Okay, let's plug this on properly.
Well done, Yuki.
Thank you! Just making sure it's on properly. Not quite. There we are. Okay. So I'm going to press the reset button now, and we should see an LED on the Arduino flash. It'll be somewhere in there, because it'll be like reinitializing. I'm going to press the button now. It fucking works! Dude! Okay, the reset button works. Oh, you can see it through there. This is so nice. Okay. This is so cool. Okay, the real test is going to be when I connect the MIDI cable to this. Also, this LED is not on at the moment, which is good. I guess I should quickly feel for the temperature of chips, but by this point it's probably far too late. if they were shorted or something, they'll be dead by now. Mind you, I would have thought that about this green LED as well. Anyway, I'm going to connect a MIDI cable here, and these... Oh, that's funny, my MIDI synthesizer has been turned on the entire time. Listen. Oh, hold on. Where is it? Oh no, yes, there it is. Oh god, it's actually in tune with the music. In key. Perfect. So the synth has actually been on the entire time because I actually planned to play the music I was working on at the beginning of the stream, but I haven't done it yet. So how about I do it now and I plug this in. When I plug this in, we might see this flashing about 5 times a second due to MIDI what was it called? Active sense. A message that's sent like every 200 milliseconds if nothing else is sent, just to let the synthesizer know that stuff is still alive. I don't know if that MIDI message is being sent or not. Let's find out. Okay, nothing is showing up there. That's either because it probably is being sent actually. Okay, let me just check the synthesizer settings to make sure it is actually set to MIDI through and not MIDI out. Because the synthesizer, yeah, it is set to through. Okay, so everything the synth is receiving, it should be outputting now. There's a possibility this isn't working. There's a possibility this is not working. But I'm not going to be debugging it tonight if it's not working. But what I can do is just get a MIDI playing, which I'm going to do anyway. I'll just close some of this stuff to make some space. PNG replace stuff for this item. Yeah, there is quite a strong possibility this is not working. But anyway, wouldn't it be nice if it was as simple as I connected the LED the wrong way around? Probably not there. I'll do some property debugging some other time. But let's just get a MIDI playing. There is a very small possibility that there is no MIDI data being sent at this exact moment, but I'm pretty sure there is. Let's just load up Sekkaiju, which is the MIDI editor. Let's load the MIDI and press play. Yeah, there's nothing. That's a shame. That's a shame. This is outputting, right? Yeah. That's a shame. Yeah, okay, so this is not working. It's also not hugely surprising. There is also a very small chance that MIDI output of my synthesizer stopped working again after I fixed it in the past. It is a very small possibility. There's one way we can find out whether this is working or not, and that's by measuring across here, which is going to make a beep sound, but let's just do it anyway. Setting it to logic level on my multimeter and probing the input of the thingy. I'm going to measure backwards. Across it. Is it? Do I need to measure backwards? I can't remember. Hang on a second. Wait, I should be measuring the output, shouldn't I? Because the... Well, it might be that the auto isolator's not working. Who knows? But, okay, where was the output of this again? The schematic was... bottom... one up from the bottom to the bottom. We should be hearing a regular click sound. Why? Oh, hang on a second, I'm bridging pins. Oh my god, I wouldn't just kill him. Okay, it is clicking. It is clicking extremely quietly because these are incredibly short pulses. Let me... So that means the auto isolator's not dead, even though I just shorted its output for a moment. Well, I didn't really short... I shorted these two pins. I'm gonna turn off the noise gate for a sec and the music so that maybe you can hear this clicking. It's very, very quiet, tiny clicks.
Tickle Tockle. Acetylix, how are you awake?
Okay, listen to this. Do you hear that? They're kind of coming and going because the meter is trying to beep, but its beep is...
I hear it.
Is cutting off. Its beep is, you know what I mean, the square waveform ended with the pulses sometimes. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, the output of the auto isolator is working, so the problem is somewhere else. Interesting. Interesting. Let's measure from the positive side of... Yeah, let's measure from the positive side of this. So 5 volts to the negative side of the LED. Ah! That's flashing! flashing! What the hell? This is actually pulsing. Wait, so it's just the LED's not working? On my meter it's pulsing. What the hell? It's pulsing high and then float, so there's no beep, it only bleeps when it goes low.
backwards.
Maybe. Is it that simple? Or it's a possibility I killed it as well because I kept on melting the solder to try to get it straight. Okay, this is actually working. Okay, let me just disconnect power again. And the MIDI. Man, if this is as simple as I broke the LED, or even better, I connected
Soldering is not that late here, and the hour busy. How is she be awake though is a good question.
I mean, it's just as hard to be awake no matter what.
You just be on time.
I cannot believe that the LED is actually getting pulsing
The
between...
other way you pronounce that.
Turning off TTS in every message now because I can actually pay attention to chat. I cannot believe the LED is actually getting a pulsing high / floating connection, which is exactly what I should be getting. I hate disconnecting Arduino Mega Shields. There's so many pins and I fear I'm bending them all the time. Okay. We need to desolder this LED. So I am going to grip... I'm just going to double check which way I've connected it. I'm looking at it. It is connected correctly. According to the... Yeah, so here on the green one, the flat edge is on this side. Not this side, but this side. And this has 5 volts going into it. So the flat side is negative. And here, the pink one, this thick one is 5 volts and it's going into this side of the LED. And the flat side is here on negative. So this should be working, and the BC337 is the PNP, right? Oh no, it's switching the... Oh, I see. So the 5 volts comes in, goes through the LED to the resistor to this 337, and that is the 337. Just making sure it is. Yeah, it really is. I did solder the correct one. And it's going into the leftmost pin. Which, if we look at the data sheet for the 337, it's going into the leftmost pin. The leftmost pin is 1, which is the side without the diode symbol, and that is this. Okay, so it is connected correctly. So all signs point to the LED. So let's try to desolder the LED. Let's try to desolder the LED. Hi, Ottilie. Let's grip this, and I'm really gonna try to not rip the traces off the board. Holy crap! Wow, what on earth? Welcome in! Hi, Battered Video Games. Holy! Welcome. I can wave right now with my oversized gloves with the floppy fingertips. Hi! Welcome! I'm sorry I'm speaking really quietly because it's 6:21 AM and some people are trying to sleep here, but the funny thing is they're gonna be awake soon, so I can just speak normally soon. Welcome! Hi! How are you all doing? Hi. I normally have a 3D model, but this camera is in use right now. This is the one that normally tracks me. It can't track a circuit board, so... Welcome! How was your stream, Bad at Video Games? I need to give you a shout out. Let's find out what you're up to. Also, welcome in Lucky Plush, Faraxis, Valeth, Davrost, Slight Coyote? Not fully, just slight. Chilean, hi, Blue Stigma, Walrus, Comrade, holy, can I even read all these names? A Distraction, Joseph, Sheesh, Bob, Graben, Mastermind, Nuna, and Bob. Okay, I've caught up. I will thank people as well, but let me just shout out first. Bat? Oh my god, I can't even type your name, I'm sorry. Bat at Video Games. I'm wearing these stupidly oversized clown gloves. It makes it hard to do anything. Bat at Video... Okay, I'm actually typed the damn thing correctly now. I swear I can type. Revenge Arc. Monster Hunter Wilds! I would normally be holding like a little plaque here with your avatar in it. Like you can kind of see it. But like, I have no hands, so I can't hold it up. How How was your stream? Hope it went well. 6 hours. Sheesh. Diablo's defeated. Nice. Good job. Hi. Thank you so much for the follow, everybody. Thank you, Super Yoshi. Nununa. That's a cute name. I'm Chilean now. Galos Daimonas. Daimonas almost got it right. Zepter and Suaniel. Hope those are pronounced correctly. Hi. Welcome. I'm a weird cat. I'm normally 3D in this room. Look, the time. It really is 6:23. Also, my room is 27 degrees. I'm nearly dead. But anyway. Yeah, I hope you're all doing well. I'm a weird cat. I sometimes do programming stuff. Right now I'm doing electronic stuff. This is the board I designed and had like fabricated, and now I've just been soldering it all night. It's to sit on top of an Arduino like this. It just goes bonk and it sits on it. Sorry I'm dying because I put a lot of energy into this bullshit hunt. No worries. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice rest. I don't know what time it is, but a rest at least. Love tinkering with Arduino stuff, so I'll keep it in the background. Oh, thank you! 4 Diablos in the Wilds. I've actually never played Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm gonna admit, sorry about that. Thank you for this raid. This is a huge raid. I'm not used to raids this big. But yeah, wow, thank you so much. I feel a little bit bad because I've been going for 5 hours and like, yeah, it's nearly 7 AM, so I will be going soon. But let me wag my finger at you some more for dramatic emphasis. This almost works. There's an LED here that's meant to flash when MIDI data is received. So let me explain. This board is designed to connect an Arduino here to some other things. Along here, you connect data wires to some LED displays, which I've already made myself. And to here, you connect MIDI data going in. So that's a kind of music data format, basically. And then the idea is the Arduino receives the MIDI data and it controls the LED displays. And the LED displays visualize a whole load of stuff. And I have, thankfully, some videos, well, just one video recorded of this. This was back when I only had 3 of the 4 display boards made. But it looks a little something like this. Ta-da! So there are these 3 boards here, and they're showing a bunch of stuff that's happening. These LEDs down the side, by the way, this was also before I finished writing the Arduino code, so like some of this display's off. It's all on now though. Down the side, these LEDs flash when a message is received for this channel of a certain type. This column here is like the number of notes that are currently playing. This is the instrument number. We've got some volume related stuff that's red. Some like filter related stuff, reverb, chorus, other things I can't remember right now, attack, decay, and release times and stuff like that. And panning and yeah, a whole load of stuff. And so that's what this board is for. It's to make interfacing between these displays and the Arduino and the MIDI stuff way more easy, because here's the remains. This is the remains of a breadboard that was the prototype for this, so thankfully we don't have to have this mess anymore. It's all on this board. Anyway, thank you very much. Also, this is music I made as well. Also, this one here is another piece of music I've just been making as a commission, and I was hoping that I could play this right now and that we could see this LED flashing, because this LED should flash when MIDI data is received, but it's not yet. And I was just probing it like this. And actually, there is a pulsing voltage appearing where this LED is. The LED is not flashing. And I think I've either connected the LED backwards, like an idiot, or I've killed the LED, like an idiot, when I kept on, like, melting the solder and poking it to try to straighten up its location, its position, and I might have just killed it. But thankfully, I've got some spares, so I'm just about to try to desolder it and replace it. It's like 5 degrees out at best. How on earth is your room? Well, I have the window closed right now, and also, like, the underneath of my bed is my desk area. Thank you very much for the follow, Shinkatsumaru. And wait, I feel like I've missed some other people. Did I also say Walrus of Space? And Isma? Yeah, no, I didn't say any of those. Yeah, so the heat kind of gathers underneath my desk. Like, here's my desk, and then above my desk is the bottom of my bed, if you like, and it's just a big heat area. I like the way I can gesture with my hands, and you can't actually directly see me, but you can still see my wild gesture. Thank you, Judy Short. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try to desolder this, and my god, I hope I don't break the pads of the board when I like try to melt the solder and pull it off. Anyway, because, you know, there's quite a few pins that I've been soldering on tonight. It's kind of messy still, like I need to use some isopropyl to clean off the messy flux. That's flux, I'm not swearing, it's called flux, I swear. Oh wait, I just said I'm not swearing, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna... How's the best way to do this? I'm gonna like hold the LED here with pliers on this side. I really don't want to break the pads off there. I have bad experience of breaking the pads off when trying to desolder. UK buildings retain heat really well. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The buildings were built for a different time. It's getting too hot nowadays. Also, I have to nyan for Faffin, so... Yeah. There you go. This is... I would normally have a 3D model. It feels so weird being 2D right now. I swear. Oh, thank you for the hydration and posture check as well. You just have to listen to the sounds and trust that I'm hydrating because you can't see it on my model anymore. I nearly just spilled half this bottle down my front. Okay, I'm gonna try to desolder this.
Cheese.
Nope, it's not cheese. Why cheese? And then I'm gonna put a new LED on. Actually, no, I'm just gonna probe across where the LED is and make sure that it works. That we are getting voltage. And then, if it works...
Cheese?
Stop! If it works, I'll play this music, and you'll hear it, and you'll also see the LED flashing. It's not going to be hugely interesting. I don't have the displays connected yet, but at least, at least the LED will be flashing. So there. And hopefully the Arduino will be receiving the MIDI data as well. I can't easily test that yet. Oh, I guess I could probe on the outputs, but whatever. It's nearly 7 AM. I need to sleep soon. Some of this can wait until next time. Most meters have a diode polarity check built into... That's true. I think the polarity is correct though. When I'm looking at this LED, I think the polarity is correct. I reckon I just killed it by continuously being really greedy with like melting it. Not the LED. Well, I did melt the LED, that's the problem. Okay, let's try to melt this and pull it off and hopefully not melt my finger at the same time. This is gonna be really hard to get in view, I'm sorry. This might be a little bit of off-screen stuff right now. It still sticks? Yeah, the cheese does stick. I'm kind of happy that most of the stuff still works. I'm sorry, this is going to be terribly hard to get on view. Let me just desolder this off screen so we can get this over and done with. One sec. One's done. It's proving annoying trying to get one of the legs out. One of them melts really easily. Well, one of them comes out easily, but the other one's not. Bad at reading. Welcome in! Welcome in, TK. Hi. Sorry for this uninteresting view right now. I'm trying to fix a little fucky wucky. I really don't want to put too much stress on the pads, but I'm gonna put like a screwdriver there so I can attempt to lever it out just a little bit without melting my fingers. And try to melt the solder from the other side. Oh, that's it! Oh no, it's not. My screwdriver fell off. Hold on. Why is this not coming out? Come on. There we go. Nice. That is the remains of a probably dead LED, but let's double check if it's actually dead, shall we? I have a little coin cell battery here. Not sure which way around is great. I'll just try both ways. Man, these gloves with the silly fingers are... Okay, that way does not work. And that way does not work. Okay. It's the LED, thank goodness. It's the LED. That's a good thing. Alright. Pick a color, any color. But it has to be pink because I already sized the resistor correctly for that LED and voltage drop. Which one is the bright one? Let's see. Is it this one? No, this is a dim one. Where's the bright one? That should be a bright one. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a bright one, alright. Currently working. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna slide this into those holes. I gotta clean up those holes first where the other LED was, so they can go in. And then I'm just going to just let it sit there, not soldered in yet. I just want to see if it works. Ah.
Cheese.
Why? Why? Thank you for the pads, but not for the cheese. Never the patience for soldering. Soldiering. Honestly, when you get good at it, it's kind of relaxing. But yeah, at first it was really not fun for me as well. Okay. Also, this stuff is your friend. This desoldering braid. This is like the not quite get out of jail free card, but it can save your anus sometimes. Got a bail. Have a great rest of your morning. Thank you very much, Faf. Have a nice rest. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see if we can pull some of this solder out. Actually, it might be easier for me to just use a desoldering pump for this, but I'll see how it goes. Let's just do this. Try not to melt the MIDI connector socket thingy plugs. It's not removed much. I'll do it on the other side as well there. Might need to use a desoldering pump for this. I'll just put some heat on and pull it along. Oh, that is working. Not enough, but it's working a bit. Yeah, let's use a little the sucky. Thank you for the follow, Dongerstein. Welcome, welcome. Once you get helping hands and fume extractor, yes. Oh my god, the helping hands. That is so useful. I haven't had to use them on this stream yet, but yeah, these things, these things, where you have like a little thing that can grip something. And just hold it in place, and you can, like, you know, move this and this and stuff, and just this is a game changer. I severely underestimated how useful this thing would be. Oh my god, you can just hold the two things you're trying to solder in place, and that's it. And you've got two hands free, one for the iron, one for the solder, and it's just it's so much easier. Ukles McDougal's. I read McDonald's at first. The first time I messed up and had to desolder terrified me. Yeah, it's kind of scary to me as well, because I've messed up some pads on the board. Like, I've accidentally broken pads off the board in the past. Thankfully, this board is not like super complicated, so if I break off these two pads by mistake, I can easily just connect this one to anywhere along this thick line, which is 5 volts. So like I could connect it there instead, for example. And if I break it off there, I could just connect it right there. There's like a, yeah. But sometimes it's not so easy to, especially if you're doing surface mount stuff. Okay, we're gonna give this a try. And this is not gonna be possible to do on stream, I'm sorry, on screen. Like there's such little view, such little space right here. Okay, so I just need to have my iron on one side. Hold on, let's... Maybe I can get it on stream, actually, on screen. What is that? Oh, it's my meter. Hoping to avoid damage? Yeah, let's give it a try. Actually, this is gonna be really difficult to do on the screen. This goes like there, and then on the other side is the iron. Oh, this is very annoying trying to do. Nice, that worked. So it's pulled the solder through. Hang on a second, let me just demonstrate. There. There is now a hole on the other side. Wait, is there? Yeah, there is. Maybe you can see my glove through the hole now. Actually, you can't. Oh well, I'll just poke one of the LED legs through from the other side. There you go. Do you see it wiggling? Nice. Now I need to do the other hole. That was easy though. Let's see if we can do the other one. Locked and loaded. Position it over the other thingy, and we try to melt the solder from the other side. While not melting something nearby. And go! Nice! I can't believe that worked first time on both holes. That's it. There are holes there now. Look, you can see the light coming through the holes where the LED goes. Nice! Alright, let's just put the new LED in and see what happens. I made that look a lot easier than it often is for myself. It's often a lot harder for myself than that. Alright, I'm just gonna slide this new LED into there. Okay. And actually this is a really stupid idea because to test it I have to like put it on the Arduino and then we're gonna have these LED legs going through and resting on the board. Let's not do that. Let's solder them properly. Let's check direction of the LED 2 times. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Let's take out the LED, put this back on the Arduino, and measure as well, just to be sure. Super sure. I mean, like, I know how my circuit should be, but... Wait. Yeah, you know what? Let's measure it with the battery. Or not measure it, but test it. So, this way should work. That way does work. Okay. So this like here, the one that's closest to this pointy finger, is positive. And this thick trace on the board is positive. So we put it in like that, and it should just work. Thank you for the follow, Loop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's give this track. One annoying thing is now there's like so much tall stuff on the board. I have to like, you know, this LED could like poke its head through, so kinda I want it to be not quite flush against the board. Thank you, Electric Cube Rhubarb. That's a fun name. Alright, how am I gonna get this to just poke through a little bit? How am I gonna do this? Oh, I know, I'll just bend the leg. Like I was doing with the other components. Okay, it's now sitting out a little bit from the board, it's not completely flush. So I'll just solder it like that. I've only checked the direction one time. Is that allowable? Is that allowable, Hi Dota? Also, hi Dota, and thank you for the volunteer guy. Hi. Let's see if I can fix this focus a bit, it's a bit... There. Not allowed straight to jail? No, please, not the jail. Alright, let's clean off the iron and do a little... Let's do this one first. No, that's not the most elegant joint I've ever done. I'm not sure if this pad is still correctly on the board, actually. There's a chance that this pad has been partially ripped off. It's not really wanting to stick that much. Okay, now it's sticking. I'm gonna leave some legs on here so that it's easy to probe. Because I'm not entirely sure that the pad on the board is like not ripped off. I don't trust myself that much, so I'm gonna keep a little bit of leg so that it's easy to probe. Just doing the snippy snips. Oh, you know what? I've ended up chopping it off pretty much as I normally would. Oh well, let's clean it up then. Reflow that. Reflow that. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's try this out again. Straighten it up a bit. Put it on the Arduino. Fix the focus beforehand because this camera has the world's lowest depth of view. Oh, not is that what? Depth of field. Not much is in focus at once. Something like that. Pray to the machine goes that it works. Yeah, let's do it. Let's push this down. I've got to pray to the long uke as well. Hold on. Okay, that sounded like it went on. That looks like it's on. Looks good. By the way, this symbol here for the new peeps, this here, this is known as a long uke because uke is a silly sounding nickname for me because I'm silly, so it's suitably silly. And it's this combination of emotes. Excuse while I type a short novel. Oh, I've typed it backwards, I don't even know my own. I don't know, it's gonna float across the screen, but just ignore it. Look at the Twitch chat. Look over there. Oh, there. Yeah. So that's what it is. It's this derpy little creature. She just slides around, tries her best. Anyway, yeah. I have a redeem called Ask Long Uke, and it's not finished yet, so I won't show it yet. But anyway, let's plug this in. Power LED comes on. Let's plug the MIDI cable in. Moment of truth. We should see a flashing pink LED. If it's a flashing any other color LED, then that's a magic trick. Yes! Fuck yes! Oh my goodness. Okay. So I just killed the LED before. Nice. I mean, it's not nice that I killed it, but... Okay. Thank you. A 5.5 hour stream to make an LED flash. Yay, I'm doing thumbs up, my hand doesn't fit. The person that printed that. What is that? The person that printed that. Oh yes, the people who made the circuit board, as in like actually fabricated it. This is like the third board of mine that I've had produced there with this little creature on it. I wonder if there's someone who's seen it more than once. There's probably a whole bunch of people working on the factory floor, so probably not, but yeah, I'm gonna try to make this fill this area of my screen so you can see stuff. Thank you for the pants. Let's get up this view. So this is just taking up a small amount of my desktop and I've cropped it weirdly on OBS, and so I'm trying to work out what you can see. Sure, let's do that. Excuse me. So here is a MIDI that I have nearly finished making. It's not quite finished, it's pretty much done. I need to do a little bit of EQing on it, because this synthesizer that I'm using does have an EQ built in, which is nice. Maybe tweak volumes a little bit, and maybe something else I can't remember. Add a pad in some area. Anyway, here is a MIDI that I've been making recently. It's going to be used for someone's starting soon screen. And it is playing on a Roland synthesizer, sound canvas synthesizer from the 90s. Yay! And it's, let's stop this music. And it's always fun trying to get really unusual and modern sounding sounds out of it, which is clearly not what it was designed for, but here we go. Yeah, imagine like kind of cyberpunk-ish, almost like dystopian, and the theme is that this person who's streaming is a Shinigami, like a death god. So yeah, dark sounding and spooky and stuff. Anyway, this is going to sound a little bit muffled, unfortunately, because it's not EQ'd yet properly. It's very bass heavy. Anyway, so prepare your subwoofers. Anyway, we'll see if it plays alright. Every time the view jumps to the next view, like this, like when it scrolls, there might be a little bit of lag. Unfortunately, that's just how this MIDI sequencer works. It's like single-threaded, so when it's drawing the next view, it is not outputting MIDI messages. Anyway, let's just play the damn thing. Look, the MIDI activity is doing things. Oh my, Dara. Hi.
Happy! Hi!
Yeah, I got hit with an incredible raid. I'm very grateful. How's the Happy doing? I'm really looking forward to seeing how this looks on the displays. Fun, weird noises. I might add something in this area. Yes! Oh, wait. And then it will loop like that. That's it! That's how it is. How are you? 'Cause I'm pretty good. It's nearly 7 AM and I really need to sleep. Anyway, there you go. That's how it is at the moment. It's pretty much done. I might tweak a few things and try and make it, like, you know, tidy up the loose ends, but it's pretty much done. Anyway. I tried to make this little siren-y sound of like a flying police car because it's going to be like a live 2D animated intro, so I'm trying to put some sounds that they can use.
Hang on, let's wait for this effect to finish. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dara. Thank you. Hope the Happy is alright. Wait, I think I already said that. Wait, was the very good a response to my question? I don't even remember. Sorry. That was fun. We have this track, and this track, and this track. Anyway, I should probably be going. Thank you, Happy. You know what? I'm sorry, I can't really do dramatic effects when I'm just a little 2D avatar.
What? I'm not even evil anymore. I guess that was the uneviling cheese. I guess I can play a couple of others. But I should really end it now. But yeah, this is the thing. This was a commission. So if anybody is interested, this is where I get to plug myself, right? Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's it. That's the end of my plug. Anyway, I want to play a different one. Previously, I think this was the one I was the most proud of. But are you glad I could catch a little bit of the stream? I'm glad you could be here. Thank you very much for hanging out. I've been lazy with this MIDI in the sense that I didn't copy and paste the setup messages into it, so which doesn't make a difference for the recipient, but it means that when I'm working on it, I have to use this separate program to to do all of the setup stuff, which is all of the internal synth settings, blah 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 blah. So the setting for this one, this is also a starting student screen for someone. It is, this person has a very retro style, think like PlayStation 1 era and Unreal Tournament kind of music. And like so yeah, retro, sciencey, something, I don't know, I really like this one, if it plays correctly. So I tried to make it sound kind of like music that was like what's the word? Like tracker music. Even though it's not tracker music. But yeah, thank you for the hydration and the posture check. Maybe just some missing things. Oh yeah, on the screen. This one has a very slow build. Bob. By the way, this is the first ever time I tried to transcribe breakbeat, and holy crap, breakbeat is difficult. It took ages working on this percussion part. This. Very much, Hex. This could be like my ending music right now. I wish I had the LED displays out so I could show you stuff changing. That'd be really cool. Thank you. Spotify? Maybe one day. With all of this, the music that I like take commissions for, it always has to loop. So I mean, it doesn't have to, but like that's what I advertise it as. So. It's always fun trying to work out how to bring the music back to how it was at the beginning so that it can like make a seamless loop. Anyway, I feel like I'm just like doing the weird thing where I just like, you know, the autism-y, gotta show everybody everything, you know, info dump kind of thing. But yeah, that's how it is, especially when I'm very late, when it's very late and my brain is stopping. Oh, hey, look, it's Alkalunk. Alkalunk's in the chat. Look, it's the one I made for Alkalunk. Perfect. We have a customer. Anyway, I gotta go finish cooking. You're the best. That's super kind words. I hesitate to agree though. I disagree actually. Anyway, enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. Let me just do one that's extremely different, just because it's cool to be able to show something extremely different. Oh, that is extremely different. That's not the one I meant. I meant this one. Oh my god, it's another one I've been lazy with where I don't have the setup in the file. You could please make it easy for yourself. Not this one, oh my god. This one was based on, they used references, or they gave references of old PS, I think it's PS1, maybe PS2, game called Shenmue. They gave references of like the menu music in that game, which is like a looping 4-bar thing, I think. Anyway, but I made this from it. It was fun trying to work out what made the chords sound fancy. Oh my goodness. This is a bit loud, sorry. So for this one, hold on. I hope I'm not gonna dox anyone if I do this. No, where is it? Oh, there it is. I was trying to work out what made the chords in the original sound so fancy. But I don't have like a lot of formal training in music stuff. Not really any at all. So I just like had to listen and work out what notes are actually playing. And then like look up in like a chord dictionary kind of thing online. What is the name of this chord? And it's like, well, okay. So I'll try and do the same kind of fanciness with my own chord sequence. It was kind of fun, trying to work out why it sounded fancy. I should probably be showing this. This one's got loads of like subtle volume modulation of that flute-like instrument, which is fun. Anyway, I've really got to be going. It's so hot in my room. I have to let my room cool down before I can sleep. I just realised. Okay, I should really be going. You out here just doing him and freak by hand instead of mangling the sample. I wish I could. I can't use samples on this MIDI synth. Oh. There's something at the end that I left there by mistake. Okay, I'm gonna play one last one and I'm gonna use it as my ending. This is gonna be my outro music for now. Cause I need to end, frankly. Actually, fuck it, let me do this one first. Sorry for the swearing. I want to play this one, but I don't want to end with this one because this one's spooky. I don't want everyone to be thinking my streams are spooky. The theme of this one was fear of the unknown and like horror. Hi, Ayaz! But yeah, while this plays, I'm going to be looking for someone to raid. But thank you all so much for hanging out while I've just been doing the weirdest, like most obscure stuff. Why is this not following? Oh. Okay, nope. There you are. Yes. I'm a little spooky myself from time to time. I'm a little crooked as well. Holy control changes. That was totally inspired by Voices of the Void Century music. We have this long build. It's like, what is it? Like you're moving towards the end of a corridor, trying to see what's around the corner. It was nothing. The end. Little Nightmares? Oh, it kind of does, doesn't it? I've actually never played Little Nightmares, but I've watched a bunch of people do it. For this one, I looked at what a bell sounds like, because what I wanted to do was extend a bell sound, this sound. And so what I ended up doing is looking at like a bell sound on a spectrogram and drawing adding notes to match the sine waves of the harmonics of the sound. And this started as that, but I added like, I set up the instruments so the pitch like slowly fluctuates. Like this is the sound of a bell, basically, but oh, it's gone on the left speaker apparently. Anyway, yeah, weird noises. Each one of these notes goes at a random pan position because the synthesizer lets you set a random panning per note mode. Anyway, alright, I'm gonna I gotta end. What software is that? So this program is called Sekaiju. It's a MIDI sequencer. It's not making any of the sound itself, but it's what you know, set up all the notes and control changes and stuff on that will then get transmitted to an actual MIDI synthesizer. Sitting on my desk is a synthesizer, which is a Roland sound canvas synth. This is another program. Making the MIDI always comes in two parts. while I set up the stuff on a timeline on this program, and then on this program I use to generate the setup for the synthesizer. So all the stuff you see here. So once this is finished transmitting, I'll be able to drag this window, but right now I can't. This is a really old program, by the way. 1997 to 99, and it still works on modern Windows. You gotta love backwards compatibility. Anyway. Stuff. And you can set up the different reverb parameters and chorus and delay and EQ and blah 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 blah. So this is very specific for this synthesizer. Thanks for the you're welcome. The tube sound? Oh, wait, wait. What was that? Oh, this? Oh my god, are you thinking that it sounds like the groan tube, that wow sound? I guess if I made the attack time higher. I wonder. Richard D. James also uses a lot of old hardware. That's not a name I know, actually. Sounds interesting, though. I never thought of that as a groan tube in my life, but now I'm gonna think of it. Thanks. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna end with this one. Let's do this one, and I'll gotta actually probably decide on someone to raid. Why it's so hard for me to think. Are people into game devy stuff? Because oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I've been raided into... Wait, does that make sense? I'm pretty sure someone has raided me. This person has raided me before, but they're huge, and I've never had the confidence to raid them before, because I'm usually sitting down at like 50 viewers, if I'm lucky. He's the guy behind Aphex Twin. Oh, interesting. So what I think I might do is return the favor and pass you on to this person, Adam, who is doing software and game dev right now. And yeah, actually, are they actually doing software and game dev? That's what the title says. I'm not entirely sure they're working on. I could have sworn they usually do game dev stuff. Yeah, I think I might pass you on to that person. I've never been able to before, so this is like an amazing opportunity for me. So yeah, thanks for everyone who's sticking around. Not trying to guilt trip you into continuing to stick around, but anyway, I'll just let this play. And oh, hang on, this first part is never played actually, so I can skip past this. Sorry, this is where it actually begins. This also has a very slowly building thing. It's not that slowly building, but these pads gradually become more and more intense and dramatic sounding. Slowly but surely. Alright, I'm gonna pass you on right now. I'm not sure, what is this? Oh, it's Unity. It's using Unity. That's pretty cool. Okay, I use Unity sometimes. I mean, it was cool before the Unity shot themselves in the foot, but let's pretend that never happened. I just realized I have to stop the music because otherwise the shout out sound's going to be playing at the same time. Okay, here's where we're going for now. Feel free to stick around if you want. It's a little bit hypocritical of me though, because I'm going to have to be raiding and running to let my room cool down, so I totally understand. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. I will be trying to do more streams. I'm having a bit of issues with my sleep recently, so it's actually quite difficult to be streaming recently. Thank you for the positive check by the way, Dara. Did I do that? I think I did. There we are. I've stretched. And yeah, so sometimes I do like more programming and like DOS related programming stuff as well. Occasionally Unity. And sometimes I play games. I like speedrunning Distance. There we go. It's the intro I never gave you from before. Better late than never, right? Anyway. I'm going to disappear now. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Bye. You're all cool. And thank you everybody for followers, including JD Short. Okay, I'm disappearing now. You all have fun times. Bye. Bye.